Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Conflicting claims between Washington and Tehran over Iran's nuclear program, as Trump says an inspections deal has been reached, whilst Iran denies it. The battle to lead the UK Labour Party is taking shape, with Burnham as the front-runner. Rivals are considering whether to step in. And a record heatwave is hitting Europe as France records its hottest day in history. US President Donald Trump says Iran has agreed to long-term nuclear inspections, claiming it is part of an emerging understanding. But Tehran is pushing back, saying no such agreement has been reached and that nuclear talks or inspection arrangements are not currently underway. Here's what Trump posted on Truth Social. Iran has fully and completely agreed to highest-level nuclear inspections long into the future. This will ensure nuclear honesty. If they did not agree to this, there would be no further negotiations. For more on this, I'm joined by Tariq Rauf, former head of verification and security policy at the IAEA. Tariq, absolute pleasure to have you on the show. So as I just mentioned there, President Trump says Iran has agreed to the highest level of nuclear inspections. Tehran's disputing this. How significant is this claim from President Donald Trump? And I guess the big question is, do you think it's true?
Well, we really don't know because we don't have any more official confirmation coming out of the Lucerne summit. However, IAEA inspections are continuing in Iran at the facilities that were not bombed, and this is the Bushehr nuclear power plant and the Tehran research reactor. In any case, Iran remains a member or a party to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. And under that treaty, the IAEA has rights and obligations, as does Iran, for IAEA safeguards inspections. And therefore, Iran already is committed to long-term safeguards inspections as long as it remains a party to the Non-Proliferation Treaty.
So you just outlined there to me that Iran is still committed. IAEA inspectors are inside the country at sites that have not been hit. I guess the big question here is, why did America then begin the war with Iran? And do we know how much weapons-grade enrichment has been happening inside of the country?
And that's a very good question. And it also came up in a previous discussion on your channel a day or so ago. So the IAEA's reports of the 31st of May last year, and also subsequently in September of last year, reported that the IAEA was continuing inspections at the nuclear enrichment facilities at Natanz and Fordow until the 11th of June 2025. The bombing started on the 12th of June. The IAEA also reported in those reports that the total quantity of enriched uranium in Iran across 4 enrichment levels, 2%, 5%, 20%, and 60%, amounted to about 9,428 kilograms, of which 440.9 kilograms was at 60%. So the IAEA reported, and the international community knows exactly how much nuclear material was present in Iran as of the 12th of June, 2025.
Okay, so what do you think Donald Trump is trying to say here? Is he trying to sell this as a win to the American people and the rest of the world, saying that nuclear inspectors are going to go in? Because what I'm hearing from you is they're already there.
Well, under the JCPOA, they were permanently stationed in Iran and did daily visits to Natanz and Fordow, the enrichment sites. After the because of the bombing, the IAEA had to withdraw its inspectors for their own safety and security. Iran was bombed while IAEA inspectors were present in country. So after a while, Iran again allowed inspectors to go to Bushehr because that reactor and the nuclear fuel in it is provided by Russia, and under the contract, it requires IAEA inspection. So that's why they resumed. But these are periodic inspections at Bushehr. They're not every day as they were under the JCPOA. And at the moment, we have no indication that under the MOU or the current discussions, there will be a resumption of permanent stationing of IAEA inspectors in Iran and daily inspections at sensitive nuclear facilities.
So you just mentioned the JCPOA to me. Of course, Barack Obama did broker that deal. It took months in the making, but eventually they got it over the line. President Donald Trump has criticized that Obama deal. Do you think he can do any better when it comes to making a deal with Iran on enriched uranium?
I doubt it very much. The Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action was a very far-reaching deal, and it was underscored and underpinned by UN Security Council Resolution 2231 of January 2016, which is legally mandated on Iran and all the parties to the JCPOA, including the United States. So I very much doubt that any new agreement would surpass the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action in terms of inspections. A new arrangement could, if Iran agreed to for Iran to surrender its uranium enrichment, but that seems very unlikely.
What role will the IAEA play in making sure Iran complies with any deal? And is the UN's nuclear watchdog right now currently involved in these negotiations we're seeing happen between the US and Iran, these technical level talks?
Well, first of all, IAEA inspectors hate being called the UN's nuclear watchdog. They prefer
Noted.
to be inspected. So as far as we know, the IAEA has not been invited to either the Islamabad talks or to the Lucerne talks, although there was a report that Vice President J.D. Vance had invited the IAEA to take part, but this has not been confirmed, and my sources indicate that the IAEA was not present during the 2 days when the Iranians and the United States were in direct talks with each other.
And if Iran won't let IAEA inspectors at the bomb sites like they've said, how can the US be sure its nuclear program is going to be peaceful going forward? Because this is a big concern. Iran always said it was enriching uranium, and that was for civilian purposes.
Well, President Trump has claimed on repeated occasions that the bombings in June of last year and in February, March of this year totally, quote unquote, obliterated Iran's enrichment capabilities and related facilities. So partly this is correct. These facilities have been very largely destroyed, so it would take a very long time for Iran to re-establish a viable enrichment capability. At the moment, the bomb sites, which are all underground at Natanz and Fordow, are practically impossible to access because the tunnels have been bombed and they are very likely collapsed. So one would need to excavate the access to the tunnels. One would need specialists to make sure that there are no unexploded bombs there and there is no danger for inspectors eventually when the tunnels are cleared to go down into the underground halls. And we also don't know because the United States used 12 of these so-called bunker busters, whether the halls underground themselves have collapsed. So all of that needs to be determined. So I foresee a very long period of time stretching into months or even years before these three sites can be safely accessed.
Yeah, very difficult job, as you did mention, after we saw those bunker buster bombs attack those sites. But so far, we've had a first round of talks in Switzerland, and many of the mediators and negotiators and the people in those talks, they came out with positive mood music. They seem to have ended in a positive fashion, I guess we could put it that way. But then we're getting these disputes, aren't we, over the frozen assets, over the nuclear sites. Iran and the US are both saying different things. The Strait of Hormuz. Do you think that we should be optimistic that a deal can be reached?
Well, yes, I think so, because, after nearly 47 years, for the first time in Islamabad and now at Lucerne, Iran and the United States have met at very high levels. The Vice President of the United States and the Speaker from Iran. This has not happened before, so this is a breakthrough. Iran in the past refused to talk to the United States directly. Now they're in the same room as in Islamabad and at Lucerne. So we should not be too impatient. Apparently, they have agreed to set up 3 working groups: a nuclear working group, a sanctions working group, and a dispute resolution mechanism. And they have also set up a sort of a communications mechanism for the Strait of Hormuz, and apparently a deconfliction cell regarding the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. So this is quite remarkable progress in 3 or 4 days of direct negotiations in Islamabad and now in Lucerne.
Lots of people are cautiously optimistic. Tariq Raouf, great to have you on the show. I won't call them the UN nuclear watchdog again. Noted. Thank you. Let's continue this conversation with military expert Murat Aslan. Murat, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much. So Trump says any unfrozen Iranian funds will be held in a US-controlled account and only be used to buy American food and medical supplies. This message does seem to be at odds with the Iranian understanding of the agreement. So where does all of this leave us right now?
You know, really, we are living in an interesting time because there was a war, nonsense, there was an escalation which affected our lives. And today, even though there is a process to resolve this conflict, exactly, we don't know what is being discussed, and both parties do declare different and contradicting things. Whatever Trump says is being denied by Iran, and whatever Iran claims, well, it's nonsense again. So in this age that as for 5 generations we lived all the disasters, as you may know, including epistemic disaster or nuclear warfare in 1940s, and now conventional warfare, both parties do all aware of their realities, but there are some constraints, and one of them is the internal society. So what Trump says through social media messaging is currently targeting the internal community, let me say American voters, because there's an election in November and he has to sell something and build a victory. And the same applies in Iran, because Iranian politics is not resilient right now. And there are vulnerabilities. So whatever one says, the other will deny. And I think this tempo will continue up until they sign something solid.
It's all propaganda in many respects, as they, as you say, both try to sell a win to the people after these talks happened. But I want to bring you some lines that we've got from the Pakistan Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif. Obviously, he's been speaking. He says there shouldn't be double standards, that some countries should have ballistic missiles and Iran shouldn't have. He also went on to say there's no mention of ballistic missiles in the MOU because it was never on the table. This is an interesting point of view, and I don't know what your thoughts are on this, because now we're hearing from the Pakistan Prime Minister, and I don't know how happy the US President Donald Trump will be if he reads those lines himself.
You know, once you start a negotiation, the base is really important. I mean, we call it as framing. So if they included nuclear program or Hormuz Strait or, you know, the security of the Gulf region and the Gulf countries, well, it may be on the agenda. If they did not start the negotiations, you know, with an inclusion of the rocket systems, well, then they can't discuss it because they signed an initial document which was online. So yes, on the other hand, please don't forget something. Israel do have a great delivery system in their country. And up until now, they did not use it, but only the Air Force and, you know, UAVs may be based in some countries in the region. But if you say Iran that give up from the rocket systems or missile systems, well, it's not realistic. So what should be done? First of all, if you want to step forward, like Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif claims, both parties should be a subject of this new arrangement, including Israel. Think that we are discussing now nuclear arsenal. And they want to have Iran be stripped of all nuclear capabilities to produce a nuclear weapon. But what about Israel? What about the North Korea, by the way? There are 2 great black holes, and think that these 2 countries, Israel and North Korea, well, they are exempt from any discussion. So yes, for the regional security, we have to be fair. On the other hand, there is another reality, I believe. Iranians are not also innocent because, you know, just remember the latest 2 decades, the arsenal of missiles and also proxies were a matter of leverage on the neighboring countries for 3 decades up until Lebanon. So if there's a discussion to securitize the region, I think we should include Israel, and also Iran should be careful in terms of challenging the region.
And that's absolutely fascinating as a point, because Israel has never confirmed if it has nuclear weapons, but it's been widely speculated for a long time. So you think Israel should be included in that if Iran is?
Well, there's a clear agreement right now, NPT, and Israel is not a party like North Korea. Well, if they have it, first of all, they should declare. And the second thing, Israel cannot have a nuclear weapon if the existing conventions are observed. In this sense, the United States should be fair. They should press Israel to give up the nuclear weapons. Maybe they can send it to the United States because there's a great security guarantee of the United States. And then we can talk about the nuclear energy or the armament of Iranian nuclear inventory or etc. Otherwise, think that if Israeli radical politicians, and today there are a lot in Israel, feel that they are not secured, if they feel that some bodies are existential, they will not hesitate to use it. So nuclear weapons should be cleaned from the overall region, starting from Iran up until Morocco, I believe.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about Marco Rubio, because Marco Rubio has just arrived in the Gulf as we are speaking. He's now in Abu Dhabi, and he spoke when he got off the aeroplane a little bit earlier today. He says you can't end hostilities in the region if Iranian proxies are launching missiles. Speaking about Hezbollah there, as you were just talking about Israel and Lebanon, Rubio, it's an issue that will be brought up at the appropriate time. No country is allowed to charge tolls for fees on an international waterway. That's existing international law. So he's touched on the Strait of Hormuz and Hezbollah. Do you think that Rubio can sell this deal to the Gulf countries on this trip?
I believe that Rubio is fully right. If you select any organization or armed militia to be a proxy of you and use it as a leverage to urge the other party accept your will, well, it's not fair. And think that it's not only Iran, but also Israel. What about Somaliland? What about some armed groups in Sudan? Emirates and Israelis are using them. So in this sense, I believe the countries in the region should give up using or benefiting or exploiting the armed groups just to start an asymmetric or irregular warfare against each other. And regarding this Hormuz passage, again, he is right. Why? Even though the states may have a territorial sea, the vessels, including the warships, by the way, can pass by. I mean, you can't limit them. And for the warships, there may be some specific regulations agreed by, all states or some states within convention. But whatever, the trade should be free and they should pass without any charge. And the best example to build an analogy for this is the Montreux Agreement. Think that all states can pass their vessels from the Istanbul and Dardanelles states, and there is no charge except provided services like health or urgent issues. But if the fees regarding this assistance, if it becomes a way of promoting or praising and funding, well, it's not the way. So Iran should free all passages from the Hormuz because it's not on them, because the convention, the law of sea is very clear.
Morat, thank you so much. And just to reiterate, those Rubio comments came after Iran and Oman say that they will study future administration of the Strait, navigation services, potential service charges, as both countries stress their sovereignty over that key waterway. Morat Aslan, great to have you on the show. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keir Starmer has held his first cabinet meeting since announcing he will step down as both Prime Minister and Labour leader. The race to succeed him is beginning to take shape, with senior Labour figures considering whether to challenge Andy Burnham for the party leadership. Burnham does remain the clear frontrunner, with some ministers backing what they describe as an orderly transition of power. For more on this, I'm joined by Freddie Gray, Deputy Editor of The Spectator and host of the Americana podcast. Freddie, as always, great to have you on the show. Will Andy Burnham succeed Keir Starmer, or is a challenger emerging who could be crowned the new Prime Minister?
I would put a very large bet on Andy Burnham becoming next Prime Minister. I wouldn't get very good odds because it seems an inevitability now. There may be a couple of challengers. Al Carnes is a former soldier who's quite popular in some quarters. He may mount some sort of leadership challenge. There's a Darren Jones who's more of an apparatchik, really, who may also run. But I don't think anyone's taking their bids very seriously. The one figure who hasn't made her stance entirely clear is Angela Rayner, who was formerly the deputy leader of the party. But it's thought that she's going to end up siding with Andy Burnham. And the one possible rival to him, which is Wes Streeting, who's the Minister for Health, or was until he resigned, he has said he supports Andy Burnham. So I think Andy Burnham is going to be the Prime Minister. Of that, there is no doubt. The transition, I think, will probably be complete by September. It may be orderly, but the public find it a little distasteful, and there's quite a lot of pressure now on Andy Burnham, or at least there will be, to call a general election, because of course he didn't win a general election himself.
And that was my next question to you, actually. I think you read my mind. Richard Tice from the Reform Party says Burnham should call a general election within 6 months if he becomes the Prime Minister. Freddie, just from my memory, Boris Johnson and Theresa May did call the general election after they became Prime Minister. How likely do you think that a general election is actually going to happen in the next 6 months? And many people are saying that Andy Burnham is a messiah without a mandate, basically.
Well, I think if Andy Burnham enjoys a massive bounce in the polls upon becoming leader, it's possible they might take the view that they would do well to call a general election and that now might be the time for them to win. I think that's probably unlikely. I think there are, Rishi Sunak, the last Prime Minister, he came into office without a general election. And he did not call a general election very quickly. So I think it's probably unlikely. Labour has a very substantial majority. Andy Burnham will not feel that he doesn't have a mandate for the party because the party feels it has a mandate. So he doesn't have to. And I think if there's any chance of him losing it, he probably won't.
And what should be at the top of Burnham's list when he gets this top job? If he gets this top job, there's still speculation, but as you said, Freddie, you'll put a bet on it that he's going to get it. As we don't actually have any clear plans or policy from Andy Burnham at the moment. Lots of speculation that he could possibly raise taxes, a lot of other stuff out there in all the newspapers.
Well, I think the priority for any Prime Minister in Britain in the last 7, we've had 7 in 10 years, is to try and get the economy growing. And that has proved itself very, very difficult. How Andy Burnham will do that, given he is of quite a left-wing background, he does seem to favour taxing people more. How he will do that is going to be quite a challenge for him. One thing he's talked about is a land tax, that people should be taxed according to the value of their land. He doesn't seem to want to up income tax for working people, but most economists think that it's very hard for Britain to get its finances under control unless there is some increase in income tax. I think the economy will have to be his focus. And it's worth remembering that Starmer was a disaster in many ways, but the one area he really failed on was the economy. His Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, is widely seen as a disastrous figure. Her first budget sort of plunged that government into complete chaos, from which it never really recovered. So Burnham will have to focus on the economy. He is a more amiable figure. He's got more personality. He's quite likable. The public seem to react well to him. So he will have that advantage over Starmer. But in terms of finding a way to grow Britain out of its problems, I'm afraid it looks like he's just got rather simple Labour ideas that have failed in the past.
And reports suggest Burnham has met Keir Starmer for the first time since Starmer's resignation. This was apparently today. Does this meeting suggest, Freddie, a smooth transition of power, or do you think we're just reading far too much into things?
I think it will be fairly smooth because it's so obvious that the Parliamentary Labour Party just wants to get on, and they feel, a lot of the Labour MPs feel they had this great majority, they had this opportunity to shape Britain in the way that they wanted to, and they've just had 2 years of stasis and failure. I think the party want the transition to be smooth. I think Starmer has understood that. And so I think it's likely to be a fairly smooth transition. But given the state of British politics and its ability to sort of implode at any moment, I don't think there's any guarantee that that will happen.
And let's talk a bit about that, because politics is a brutal business. It appears to be really difficult in Westminster. You mentioned that to me. The UK is now heading for the 7th Prime Minister in a decade. And I bet you remember, and I remember, the Brexit vote happened that decade ago. And I feel like British politics, since the day David Cameron resigned, has been on a little bit of a spiral. What's gone so wrong, do you think, over the last 10 years, Freddie?
Well, I think our political class had a kind of collective nervous breakdown over Brexit. It was a big thing and they didn't know how to handle it on all sides, really. And it's worth thinking that we say we've had 7 prime ministers in 10 years. The previous 7 prime ministers would take us all the way back to 1964. So it is very odd for Britain, which is normally thought to be a stable democracy, a democracy that is fairly sensible in the way it advances forward. It's really been madness. And I think there's a growing sense among the British that we are a bit of a laughing stock. The Economist magazine now calls us brittly because Italy has this reputation for churning through leaders very quickly. In fact, Giorgia Meloni, the current Italian prime minister, has seen off 3 British prime ministers now. So we are a bit of a joke on the international stage, and there's this strong desire to fix that. However, without achieving economic growth, without figuring out how we are going to be a functioning democracy, a functioning economy after Brexit, we're likely to have just more and more turmoil.
And Freddie, you spoke a little bit about an international stage, Giorgia Meloni, the Italian Prime Minister, outlasting 3 of ours. What do you think Donald Trump makes of all of this? Because obviously he tweeted on Sunday saying Keir Starmer is going to resign. He seemed to have a little bit of insight into this. Donald Trump has been so influential in the whole political world. How do you think Andy Burnham is going to get on with Donald Trump? Is he even aware of Burnham?
It'll be very interesting to see. What Donald Trump likes most of all is winners. And one of the reasons why he surprised a lot of people in liking Keir Starmer, they seem to get on quite well, is because he looked at the election and he just saw Keir Starmer was a big winner from that election. He didn't think too much about the dynamics at a deeper level. I suspect with Burnham, similar to his relationship with Rishi, although Rishi, of course, was prime minister when Trump was out of office, but similar to his view of Rishi Sunak, I think he might think this guy hasn't won anything yet. He's not a winner. So I think that might be a point of difference. I think, however, the thing about Trump is he almost always says, what a great guy, really liked him. He knows that there's no real upside in attacking a leader unless there is an American domestic reason for doing it. So I suspect when they first meet, it'll go pretty smoothly. Burnham, of course, will be under pressure from his left to distance himself from Trump, to do things with the economy or with British society that move us away from this perceived kind of business takeover that a lot of people think of Britain as a kind of vassal state of America. Burnham may come under pressure to distance himself from the tech industry, which, of course, Trump is very much behind. So there will be tensions, but I suspect at the personal level, they'll probably get on pretty well.
Freddie Gray, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much. Thank you. A fire at a college building in northern Indian city of Lucknow has killed at least 14 people, most of them students. Firefighters had to break through a wall during rescue operations at the 3-story building, which hosted a library and animation studio and also a veterinary clinic. Emily Sue has this report.
The fire broke out on the middle floor of this 3-story building in the Indian city of Lucknow.
the capital city of the northern Uttar Pradesh state. Firefighters used ladders to access the building, which hosted a library, an animation studio for college students, as well as a veterinary clinic. At least 14 people were killed in the blaze, while 10 others were rescued and taken to hospital for treatment.
Suddenly, a fire broke out. This was an animation center. Students used to learn animation here and make cartoons. I have no information as to how it happened. The students ran towards the back when the fire broke out. They got trapped in the smoke and couldn't survive.
Officials said firefighters had to force their way into the building by breaking through a wall after dense smoke hindered rescue efforts. Exhaust fans were brought in to clear the smoke as emergency crews searched for survivors. The cause of the blaze was not immediately known. Building fires are common in India due to frequent disregard for safety regulations and a lack of firefighting equipment. Electrical short circuits, often caused by badly maintained wiring, remain the leading cause of fire incidents in India. Earlier this month, another fire at a hotel in the capital, New Delhi, killed at least 21 people. Many of the victims were foreigners from South Asian and African countries. The hotel reportedly operated as a bed and breakfast, catering to patients and relatives of those receiving treatment at a private hospital nearby. Emily Sue, Arabiya English.
Now, the UK is bracing for its hottest June day on record, with temperatures set to pass 35 degrees Celsius and a rare red extreme heat warning in place across parts of the United Kingdom. Hundreds of schools are closing as the heat intensifies and conditions turn dangerous. Meanwhile, the record-breaking heat wave has turned deadly in France, where dozens of people have died since it did begin. For more on this, I'm joined by John Kennedy, Head of Climate Information at WMO. John, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. John, what is the Omega block causing Europe's intense heat wave as I speak to you?
So an omega block is when you get a high pressure system sitting over Europe, and that high pressure system is kind of having descending air. It's the trapping heat close to the surface. On either side of it, you have low pressure systems that are helping to kind of funnel winds from the south, from North Africa up over the continent. And these things combine to kind of give extreme heat like we're seeing at the moment.
And the UN Secretary-General says London isn't just calling, it's cooking. Is this heat wave an example of the kind of extreme weather scientists have been warning about for decades?
Yes, in a sense it is. So we've seen very clear trends in extremes of heat around the world, including Europe. And that's not just in the intensity of the heat like we're seeing, but also the frequency of heat waves and the duration of them as well. And this is a clear signal that's associated with the rising concentrations of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, but also over Europe, it's also partly contributed to by the reduction in other kinds of air pollution. So it's very much the kind of thing we've been expecting to see associated with global warming.
And more than 40 deaths have been reported in France due to the very high temperatures. What does this heat wave tell us about Europe's preparedness for extreme weather in the years ahead, as we just spoke about what Antonio Guterres said there from the UN about London cooking?
Yeah, so the extreme high temperatures have been grabbing the headlines, but it's also the nighttime temperatures, which are an important aspect of this as well, because people recover during the night if the temperatures are low enough. But at the moment, we're seeing temperatures above 20 degrees, which limits people's ability to recover between the heat of 2 days. And this is a particularly kind of stressful thing that kind of leads to very high health impact, particularly amongst the elderly and the young and other vulnerable groups. Now, the fact that we can forecast these kinds of heat waves in advance means that we can prepare for them. And early warning systems are a really important part of preparing for heat of this kind across Europe. Sorry.
No, carry on. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No.
I was going to say also, having plans in place to react to those early warnings is also important. That connects the forecasts to actual action on the ground that can help save people's lives. And it's also important to remember to tackle indoor heat, not just outdoor heat, because people spend a lot of time indoors, often in poorly ventilated homes or homes that aren't prepared for extreme heat. So longer term, there are changes there that can be made as well to save lives.
John, do not travel warnings have also been issued as the heat wave sends Britain into meltdown. So we've seen infrastructure really begin to struggle with this extreme heat. But as you say, that we've got really good forecasting in place, and that should be able to point to these weather phenomenons when they come along. What do you think about the infrastructure? What changes need to be made there to ensure that when we get extreme weather like this, people are safe at night, they are safe in their homes, they have that ability to cool down?
So at the World Meteorological Organization, we're kind of working with national meteorological services and hydrological services around the world to help them kind of understand these issues, to prepare for them. And that's not just kind of on a forecast timescale of a few days, but also kind of looking at the longer term, looking at the trends associated with climate change to make sure that countries around the world are prepared for the risks that are coming down the road.
And with temperatures potentially exceeding the UK's famous 1976 heat wave, lots of newspapers have been talking about today. Are these record-breaking events just going to become the new normal rather than the exception, do you think, John, looking into the future, if you could?
So the long-term trend is for increasing temperatures. So, of course, 1976, 50 years ago now, we've had 5 decades of warming since then, and that warming is going to continue into the future. So we'll see an increase in the incidence and intensity of heat waves, with temperatures just increasing as long as those emissions of greenhouse gases continue.
So what's the answer? If you say the emissions of greenhouse gases, is there any way that this could possibly be slowed down, or do you think we're just too far down the road now?
We're never too far down the road to act. The best time to act is always now, to kind of reduce those greenhouse gases and slow the rate of warming. And it's not just for the incidences of heat wave, but also for all the other impacts of climate change that are unfurling around the world.
John Kennedy, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. Do stay cool.
Thank you. You too.
A reminder of our top stories. Conflicting claims between Washington and Tehran over Iran's nuclear program, as Trump says an inspections deal has been reached while Iran denies it. The battle to lead the UK Labour Party is taking shape, with Burnham as the front runner. Rivals are considering whether to step in. And a record heat wave is gripping Europe as France records its hottest day in history. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
أهلا بكم مشاهدينا في هذه المقابلة الخاصة والحصرية.
Welcome, dear viewers, to this special, exclusive live interview on Al Arabiya with Pakistan's Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, Mr. Mohammed Ishaq. In about an hour and a half from now, talks will begin in Switzerland, in Bergenstock. There are questions about what the real agenda of these talks is, and about the stalled timetable. With which stages will they begin, and with which topics?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. You know that on 28th of February, Iran was attacked by Israel, and Pakistan condemned that attack. Within hours, then Iran also started attacking Gulf countries and US bases. So Pakistan took initiative to try and convince both parties to come on the table and start dialogue, because dialogue and diplomacy is the only way forward. Because the confrontation conflict. So we eventually managed and became successful. First, we got the ceasefire done, and then on 10th and 11th of April, there were 21 hours of long marathon session between US and Iran in Islamabad. It was 21 hours continuous dialogue with 6 rounds and intervals for consultations. And after that, they decided to go back to their capitals and discuss further with their leadership. US was represented by Vice President J.D. Vance. He was accompanied by Mr. Steve Witkoff and Mr. Jared Kushner. On the Irani side, they had the Speaker of Iranian Assembly, Mr. Ghalibaf, and Foreign Minister, Mr. Abbas Araghchi, as well as the National Security Committee Secretary. So those parleys were first time direct talks between United States and Iran after 47 years. So Pakistan was asked to be witness if it is going to be direct talks. So Pakistan was represented by myself, the Field Marshal, Head of Defense Forces, Chief of Defense Forces, and National Security Advisor. So things moved on. A lot of discussion was positive, but it could not be conclusive, and they had to go back, and they went back. But we did not give up hope, and we continued to convince both sides for de-escalation, for exercising restraint, and eventually you saw that 18th of this month, just 3 days ago, the final signing of Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding has taken place. You see, during this period, Pakistan has been, right from day one, has been very, very, active. Not only we were mediating between United States and Islamic Republic of Iran, we were also keeping our allies, our friends in the region connected with us. And in that process, we saw that a regional forum has been created, which is Pakistan, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey, the 4 countries. Side by side, we were dealing with other Gulf countries, be it Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, and also international partners, European Union, then Canada, then Australia, Japan, China. So Pakistan has been making all the efforts for the sake of regional peace and security. You saw the consequences of this conflict in a very short time was horrific. The energy supply chain was disrupted. The prices of energy products shot up to sky, and the inflation triggered. Estimated 20 to 25% global GDP has been lost. So you see, this has been a humongous job. Now, coming to your question, this is a little background that what is happening now. The Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mr. Shehbaz Sharif, early hour reached Burgenstock, and Field Marshal Sayyid Asam Munir and Pakistan Foreign Office team is there. And the US team is also there, and the Irani team is also there. Now, this is basically, I would say, the phase 2. Yes. There are 3 technical groups. One to deal with nuclear issues vis-a-vis Iran. Second is about sanctions and defreezing of assets. And third one is Lebanon. You see, the Lebanon issue has been erupting time and again because, these parleys which are starting today in Switzerland, Burgenstock, could have started few days earlier, but because of Israel attack on Lebanon, actually derailed everything and stopped everything. So the progress has been, but now it has started. We are very hopeful that things will progress. They have, for certain items, they have 30 days to conclude, but the bulk and overall conclusion of the final deal, the timeline is 60 days, 60, and this can be mutually extendable. So I think it is very important to see how the progress takes place and hope, because we have seen already the dividends of this peace. You know, the prices of energy has come down. The ships had started moving. We had done, apart from its facilitation role and facilitator, its own very clear mind that the Hormuz should be restored to pre-28th of February when the conflict started, which means no government, no fee, no toll. So the 60 days, it has been now guaranteed, during which they will work out with the regional countries, on this subject they will finalize.
The text in the Memorandum of Understanding talks about the resumption of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz for only 60 days. After that, the rest of the text is unclear about whether there will be communications between the Sultanate of Oman, the littoral states, and Iran. Each side is interpreting this text differently. Iran says it will impose fees that it calls service charges, even though the text does not mention this. The U.S. president says there will be any fees for passage or services in the Strait of Hormuz. We want to understand the truth.
Well, in these, the party standing is, it is in writing period, they will finalize on Hormuz. The U.S. blockade will be lifted, which is being lifted. Iran side will not stop ships, will ships to pass. And according to our information, ships are passing since 18th of June, after signing of this agreement. Now, Pakistan's position, as I said, has been very clear in the beginning. On 31st of March, at the invitation of Foreign Minister of China, I visited Beijing. We discussed the minimum agenda, common proposal. It was 5 points peace proposal for the Middle East. And it had 1 point, Hormuz. And we both agreed that there should be no fee, no permission, no permits, no toll, no additional charge, whatever you name it. And it should be free movement. Sea lanes should be freely moving both sides. And this was our... and then I would say that following President Trump's visit to China, the White House statement which came out also, repeated what China and Pakistan had announced, that the Hormuz movement should be free from any toll or permissions. So I hope, this stays, because, the energy crisis, everybody has seen it has increased of the prices short of by 80%. So now they have come down drastically. Even a country like Pakistan, we suffered a lot. Pakistani people suffered a lot. The government of Pakistan gave huge billions of rupees subsidy for 3 weeks. We tried not to pass the price, but then we had no choice but to pass the price. But now we have reversed. The moment it came down, every penny has been passed to the consumer.
I still have many questions, but before leaving the Strait of Hormuz, given how sensitive this is, you said there would be no fees. You use the word fees, while Iran says these are not transit fees, but service fees. How should we understand that? No charges at all, neither transit nor service fees?
Well, according to my interpretation, there should be no fee. No matter what you call it, service fee, toll, or fee, whatever it is, or service charges, our understanding is there should be nothing. It is status before 28th of February should be restored. So under that status quo restoration of the status, then there should be no fee. This is our understanding. This is the global understanding. But let's see, 60 days at least are there, free movement. And according to our information, the ships are moving, both sides. Even I was told, one of the Gulf countries, the foreign minister is here. 6 ships moved in last 24 hours of that country.
This memo succeeded after Pakistani efforts that went on day and night. And I know this because I was closely involved and present in Islamabad to follow the process. However, there is a major problem facing this issue, namely the disputes or confrontations between Israel and Hezbollah. These ongoing clashes make the ceasefire extremely fragile and liable to collapse at any moment. This certainly creates significant pressure on the main mediator, the Pakistani mediator. Do you have any guarantees from the American side that Israeli behavior will be contained so that the negotiations do not collapse?
You see, the facilitator or mediator role is to keep trying, making efforts. There were points where things looked like that won't be concluded, but we never gave hope. We continuously, led by Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mr. Muhammad Shahbaz Sharif, and Field Marshal Sayyid Asim Munir, Foreign Ministry of Pakistan, Interior Ministry of Pakistan, we worked like a team. And eventually, we managed to get what we got. If you think independently, there are spoilers who never wanted this deal to happen. And the moment this deal was signed, we saw that there was heavy bombing in Lebanon. So this is something which actually is to provoke the parties to give a pause, don't move. I think the wisdom has to prevail. If they realize that this is the objective, I think they should try all the tools. The bird community should convince and persuade and influence Israel not to do what they're doing. Because you see, the international law and order has been weakening. You see, where the resolutions are adopted and passed and implemented, thank you very much. But those who don't, then there is no action. The UN Security Council system, which is meant for peace and security, seems to be not fully functional because Jammu and Kashmir, there are dozens of resolutions of the UN Security Council. The plebiscite is due in Jammu and Kashmir. There's the curfew and there's no political freedom and, total, law and order is missing there. So this sort of gives us an example. And the second example is Gaza. There has been so much done. Last year, September 2025, the UN, the General Assembly session annual, September, on the sidelines, 8 countries, 5 Arab and 3 Islamic countries, Turkey, Pakistan, Indonesia, they met President. Look at the bloodshed in Gaza. The innocent lives are being killed every day, and hundreds of people are martyred. So the understanding was that, okay, then give us some solution. He gave his team, led by Mr. Steve Witkoff. The other 8 countries, they gave their teams. All foreign ministers were there. I was there. And we came up with proposals, which eventually the United States announced, this 21-point peace plan. But that was followed by Board of Peace signing. That was followed by International Stabilization Forces. But this conflict has actually overshadowed what had to be done with Gaza and Palestine. And meanwhile, Israel started, creating problems even West Bank. So in today's meeting, my colleagues and brothers from Foreign Minister of Egypt, Turkey and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we agreed that we should revive that Gaza-Palestine issue as well. And we should make all the efforts. It's called Group of Eight Arab Islamic countries. So we are going to revive that effort as well, because this conflict seems to be now, ended, hopefully, inshallah, and then the other things will be sorted out in the next 60 days.
I agree with you about the framework and these meetings that are being held among this quartet, but I want to return to the Memorandum of Understanding. We have a single text for this memorandum, but we have multiple interpretations regarding the uranium issue, which was an extremely difficult challenge for you, and you exerted great effort on it, including in Pakistan. Iran has pledged not to possess a nuclear weapon, but the answer is vague when it comes to its uranium stockpile. What will happen to Iran's uranium stockpile? And will the negotiations currently taking place in Switzerland focus in their initial stages on this matter, specifically the removal of or dealing with the uranium stockpile? This is a key demand of the American president.
Well, the two things are in your question, madam. One is R4. R4 has a platform, 4 countries, again, Egypt, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Turkey. We are constantly in touch with each other. It is not a bloc. It is 4 brotherly countries forum. We frequently talk to each other, all the 4 foreign ministers, assess the developments, take suggestions of each other, how we move, because we were in the lead role as a facilitator and mediator. That's number one. But this bloc in the long run has a lot of scope, because this is a bloc which has about 500 million population. This is a bloc which connects us to the South Asia, to Red Sea, to Mediterranean, to Africa. So I think they have scope in enhancement of trade, mutual trade, economy, security and defense, and they have cultural and people-to-people exchanges programs to be promoted. So this is number one. Number two, your question about President Trump question of about stockpile. He uses the word nuclear dust. So about the stockpile. So this nuclear dust, there has been a lot of negotiations in Islamabad on 10th and 11th of April. The positions which developed over 21 hours, Iran was flexible to talk. It was at that time a question of US demand that they wanted to take it away. Iran was not willing to give it to US, the stockpile. But the neutral thing is that it can be down blended from its over 60%, claimed 60%, the stockpile, nuclear stockpile which they have, very enriched high grade. It can be down blended. I talked to DG, Director General Mr. Grossi of IAEA. Down blending to 0.7. The quantity has to be agreed, but right now it is in rubles. So as long as it's not started being discovered and pulled out, it is already settled, and the Irani facilities have been bombarded. So I think this stockpile can be. This is one of the 3 main groups, technical groups, which have started working from today. And one is nuclear, the second one is sanctions, and the third one is Lebanon. What you said.
I mean, as you're talking to me now, the points may seem clear and well structured, but you put in an enormous amount of effort. For you, as a seasoned diplomat, these negotiations meant dealing with 2 extremely difficult parties. The Iranian side is always described as a tough, highly skilled negotiator that hardly ever makes concessions and tends to drag out the talks. And the American president? I mean, he might change his mind from time to time, speak to the media a lot, and that may have spoiled certain things. How did you deal with 2 negotiating teams that were this difficult?
Well, it is always difficult to deal with, and particularly, they had more than 4 decades of sanctions, Iran. And undoubtedly, they're very intelligent. So are the United States people. And President Trump was overseeing himself. So we have been basically convincing both sides, because you see, at the end of the day, conflict and confrontation takes you nowhere. No matter how big wars you fight, at the end of the day, you have to sit on the table, talk, dialogue, and then find a way for diplomacy. So that's what we have been working very hard, and we are grateful to both countries. The leadership of the United States, led by President Trump, and the leadership of Iran, led by President Pervez Peshkian and Foreign Minister and Speaker of Iran. They have been working with complete sincerity with us. The gaps was too gap, a lot of effort in background. Then they managed to sit, shake hands first, and then what they say that the last 10 miles of the 100-mile journey is as difficult as the 50 miles, equals to 50 miles. So you see these dialogues and these technical discussions, we hope, we pray, and we will make full effort. And all our friendly countries, they will also make full efforts to take them to a logical conclusion. Because the conflict, war, and disputes take you nowhere. Your country suffers. They see its impact on poverty, its impact on GDP growth, its impact on per capita income, its impact on people's normal lives. So we have seen even these few weeks conflict. The prices shot up and energy supply disrupted. Thanks God, in Pakistan we managed that there was no shortages like few countries. There are no queues, but we had to work very, very hard under the leadership of Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif to make sure it doesn't happen. But we did also have felt the heat. So I think we have to continue to work with the same passion and same effort.
Does the ghost of war returning haunt you personally from time to time? Because some say that the Memorandum of Understanding did not provide a solid basis for reaching a final agreement. Do you agree with this view? Or do you believe that signing the agreement will ultimately lead to a final settlement?
Well, let's hope for the best. We have to be sincere to the cause. Pakistan has no personal vested interest. We did our complete, the entire activity with complete sincerity. And we prayed to Allah as well to give both sides wisdom and foresight to realize what has been happening. So I'm born optimist, and I have a full faith that with our efforts, with global community, with the brotherly countries' support, these two countries will reach a final deal. They are tough negotiators, both sides, but I think the involvement of Pakistan as mediator, word over, I think, in the brotherly countries, particularly of the GCC and South Asia, Europe, you name it, and they're all there, because everybody suffered. So I think I'm very hopeful that first final deal will be very positive.
Qatar also played a supporting role alongside the Pakistani mediation. You were the main mediator, but how was the coordination between you and the Qataris, especially in the final hours, around 17 hours before the signing of this memorandum?
Well, you see, the Qatar is a brotherly country, like Egypt, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan. They're all brotherly countries. Pakistan always enjoyed best of best relations, and Qatari leadership, His Highness the Amir and His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed, the Prime Minister, they have been constantly in touch with us. We have been in touch with everybody. And I must say that they also made double efforts with us particularly in the last rounds. And after 11th of April, they activated very heavily to convince both sides as well. So Pakistan has been lucky to have brothers like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, other Gulf countries, even I would say the China and America. They all supported. This is something was unique. I haven't received any call from anywhere, on the globe. During India-Pakistan war, I talked with my counterparts around 61. In this conflict of US-Iran since 28th of February, I have talked with my colleagues almost 150 times, 2.5 times, 250% more than how much I was busy then. You can imagine this is the sincere diplomatic efforts we made, and God has been very kind and sense prevailed, and parties realized that dialogue and diplomacy is the way forward.
Some of the speculations about the memorandum are incorrect. There is negative propaganda against this memorandum, especially in the United States, claiming that President Trump will grant or significantly lift sanctions on Iran. However, what is stated in the memorandum has a specific meaning. Could you explain to us, regarding the issue of sanctions on Iran, what exactly is going to happen?
Ma'am, you see, one of the three technical groups is dealing with sanctions. And on 11th of April, after 21 hours, we have reached somewhere, although that is not relevant now, but we have discussed sanctions, we have discussed stockpile, we have discussed number of years ban for civil nuclear, we have discussed how to deal with the nuclear dust, everything was discussed. But now I think we have to now see this new document. This new document basically has been divided into two phases. The phase one is completed and it's been signed. Nobody should doubt in the intentions of the signing parties. And we have no doubt that they are sincere, they want to move forward. And now that, the question that how much, saying that there are certain things which are not, I think that what I understood from the translation, that perhaps there's some sort of question mark raised. No, I have, the copy of the document, and I shared today with the Foreign Minister of Egypt, Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia, and Foreign Minister of Turkey. So they have the copies, and professionally, we don't see anything which is negative in this memorandum, Islamabad memorandum understanding, and we should not doubt that going ahead there will be any negative play by any party. About the sanctions, is very clear now that the sanctions will be co-discussed and probably co-decided with the nuclear issues and the Lebanon issue, because the Lebanon has to be also in peace. So I think this nuclear matters in this phase of 60 days. I hope they complete their work in 60 days. Otherwise, it can be extended mutually. It is part of the Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding. So hopefully, these things. But right now, no sanctions immediately being lifted, which means no assets are being defrozen. So this is the main, one of the main area which they will be dealing with, nuclear and sanctions.
Does this mean that lifting the sanctions will be tied to reaching the nuclear agreement?
Well, you see, it depends on what both parties decide. But I can't repeat what had been agreed by 11th of April, because that will be unfair. Because we as facilitator, Pakistan as facilitator, as mediator, has never leaked, has never shared anything which we handled. So we were part of the main 21 hours dialogue. We know what discussed, where we reached. Parties went. They had some different approach later on. But the trust and faith has to be without any question mark. And we are very sure that things, as these things have improved and situation has changed positively, it will further progress. and I hope that they can do and complete in 60 days. But this is not very clear, as per this document, that sanctions and nuclear issues are coupled. And unless they decide a different phasing, that's again dual. But Iran was happy to downblend, its nuclear stockpile. They were not resistant. What will happen eventually? The number of years, civil nuclear ban, that was also discussed. But now I think it will be unfair to speculate or to say what will happen. I know what happened up to 11th of April morning, but now we have a new MOU because both parties had certain issues. Because once they decided it will be in two, at that time it was phase one only, in one document. Right now it's two phases. So I think we have to be a little patient and work hard to get the final positive result.
Can you reveal some of the behind-the-scenes details about what was happening in the communications during those final hours? Because we saw the agreement being signed in a very dramatic way. At first, it seemed it would be a traditional signing. Then it shifted to an electronic signing, and then it turned into 3 separate signings. The US president alone, the Iranian president alone, and Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif alone. Why did this scene unfold like that? Why did it end up in this unconventional form, instead of the usual image of 2 parties sitting together and signing face-to-face?
There are different mechanisms to complete anything. Initially, it was agreed that it will be initialed, and after the initial, both parties initial, Pakistan will initial, and at that time, it was conceived to be at least like 11th of April, Mr. J.D. Vance and Speaker of Iran will, and Pakistan will witness as mediator. But subsequently, it was agreed that on 19th, perhaps we meet and but then for the purpose of expediency and saving time, and which is appreciable, President Trump was in France. So 18th night, President Trump signed, followed by Irani president signing electronically, and then the document was signed in Pakistan by Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mohammad Shehbaz Sharif. So that completed the document. All 3 parties have that document, and as I said, I shared that document with ministers of Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey today. So there is no harm. That's why the function of 19th of June became irrelevant or redundant. Initially, exchange document there. But even that is fine. As long as, the work is done, we should all celebrate and be happy and thank Almighty Allah.
It has become existing, and there is an understanding, but the last question may be asked. Are there understandings under the table outside of this memorandum, or is everything that has been communicated public in this memorandum?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Whatever has been agreed so far, this document has dozens of shuttling through Pakistan. One side giving us a proposal, draft, Pakistan sending states proposing amendments, going back to Iran, and these shuttles are taken place almost less than a dozen times. So this is a very well thought out document, acceptable to both parties. Facilitation, but it was our responsibility. Many great friends, foreign ministers, my colleagues, have been asking earlier sharing of this interim document, but that was not possible because a mediator is responsibilities like a trustee, and you cannot neither divulge nor share anything which we did not. But now, since it's done, it's a final document. So we have happily shared with my colleagues. Thank you.
We have reached the end of this special, exclusive interview with Pakistan's Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, Mr. Ishaq Mohammed Ishaq Dar. And we now return to our studios in Riyadh.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet, at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms. preserving security coordination, and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow pins hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Now, tourism has become one of the cornerstones of Saudi Arabia's economic diversification strategy, and the latest numbers suggest the sector is continuing to gain momentum. That is, despite challenges posed by the regional geopolitical context. Well, while these tensions have had some impact, Saudi Arabia's tourism industry appears to be more than just weathering the storm. Tourist numbers rose 8% in the first quarter of 2026, and according to JLL, average hotel occupancy climbed to more than 66% in the first quarter. Well, the sector now represents about 5% of Saudi GDP and supports more than 1 million jobs across the kingdom. Well, last year, Saudi Arabia welcomed more than 122 million domestic and international visitors. That's a 5% increase on the previous year. Well, collectively, tourism spending reached around 300 billion riyals. Well, one of the companies that is helping to drive Saudi Arabia's tourism ambitions is Al Musafir, which is the kingdom's leading travel platform. And I'm here with Muzammil Al Hussein, who is the Al Musafir CEO. Muzammil, thank you very much for joining us and welcome back to the program. Some very strong Q1 tourist numbers. And I just wanted to ask you, what's behind those numbers?
Well, I think, it's a pleasure to be here. And I think what's behind the numbers is two main factors. The continued growth of domestic tourism in Saudi Arabia with the opening of new resorts such as across the Red Sea, as well as in Jeddah and King Abdullah Economic City, as well as the opening of new giga projects and the launch of Six Flags and Aqua Arabia in Qiddiya City. In addition, the strength of the religious tourism segment, Q1 was extremely strong when it comes to Mecca and Medina, especially driven by Umrah during the Ramadan period and continuing after Ramadan into Q2. And now with the completion of Hajj, it's just completed as well.
Okay, so you've painted a picture in which domestic tourism is extremely important. I mean, that's clearly been extremely valuable in the context that we're in currently, hasn't it?
Definitely, 100%. I think you notice that during the geopolitical situation, what you notice is a significant number of Saudi travelers choosing to stay close to home, but still traveling, especially with the launch of these new projects that really created new interest and new destinations for people within Saudi to explore, as well as seeing continued interest from the rest of the GCC as things started to stabilize in the region.
You mentioned the Hajj, and I just wondered how the Hajj season had gone and whether you're seeing any new trends emerging when it comes to religious tourism.
Well, we had a very successful Hajj driven by the kingdom's significant commitment to performing safe and secure Hajj for all its pilgrims and visitors under the Ministry of Hajj and Umrah. And I think what you realize that Hajj continues to improve year on year. There's significant investment in the infrastructure and the stability of the entire ecosystem supporting the Hajj initiatives. This year, Hajj 1447 was a success. Over 1.6 million pilgrims performed the Hajj from around the world. And we continue to see a significant improvement both in the technology and the capabilities of the entire ecosystem and infrastructure to support Hajj.
And just talking about travel trends and habits more broadly, are you seeing any trends emerging? For example, people perhaps making more last-minute decisions about their travel plans, or are people planning more in advance? What are you seeing on that front?
Well, generally speaking, the Saudi Arabian tourist is primarily a last-minute traveler, or within 7 to 10 days. What we noticed during since the geopolitical situation has been that the need for flexibility. Customers are demanding flexibility from airlines and hotels given the uncertainty of the environment. We've also noticed that there is some more planning happening, especially for hotel stays, while people keep the flights more towards the recent upcoming travel. Additionally, destination-wise, continued again, as I said, domestic, but also a lot more trending toward Western Europe, Southern Europe, and Turkey. Those are strong destinations.
I was going to ask you, I mean, given this last-minute sort of element to the planning that's sort of been imposed by the circumstances in which the region finds itself, I mean, the fact that this country has a very young population, does that help when it comes to meeting the demand for these last-minute travelers? Is that a factor in this last-minute decision-making process?
I think I wouldn't say it's because of the young population, but I think the young population in general allows for more flexibility, more openness of where to go and what to do. But at the same time, even the families, the older generation still continues to travel, and they travel, generally speaking, a lot less planned than maybe people in Europe of a similar age. So demographically, the culture just tends to a lot more last-minute travel.
Okay, and just carrying on with trends for a moment, are you seeing people shifting more towards the luxury end of the market? Are you seeing more shifts towards activity-based holidays? Any trends you're picking up on?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, luxury travel continues to be strong. 80% of our bookings are 4- and 5-star hotels premium. But at the same time, what we are noticing is experiential travel. People really want to enjoy and spend in the destination. They want to enjoy the beaches, enjoy the shopping, enjoy the culture. And they continue to really spend in the destination in addition to just going to the trip.
Okay, we're going to be talking a bit later in the program with another guest about how generative AI has really picked up here in Saudi Arabia, and it's seeing extraordinarily high growth levels. I'm wondering whether that plays a part at all in influencing where people go on their holidays and perhaps how they plan them.
Yeah, I think it's not influencing where they go, but it's helping people research and plan. We're seeing a lot of interest and a lot of usage from generative AI platforms. We are the first platform in Saudi Arabia on ChatGPT. We've seen people use AI to help them plan, explore destination, but the bookings still come on through platforms like ourselves or the airlines. And we see that AI is allowing people to know more about what to do, where to go, and explore the destination even better.
Okay, I mean, you gave us a little teaser earlier on, but just tell us, in the hot summer months that are coming up, clearly a lot of people are going to go to cooler climates. Where are people heading to this summer?
Yeah, I think so. We do see strong strength in domestic tourism still. Jeddah, Kingdom Built Economic City, Red Sea, and Asir still strength, but also in terms of internationally, Turkey, Western Europe, and Southern Europe remain popular destinations. And even now parts of Northern Europe, such as Amsterdam as well, and London, of course, continue to be popular destinations for Saudi travelers.
Okay, is there one destination that's looking like shaping up to be the destination, internationally speaking, for 2026?
Not one, I would say. There's many. Continued travel, and I think the travel wherever we see increased connectivity of airline flights. We see that Riyadh Air is launching again officially on July 1st to London. We see Saudi continue to add routes, FlyNas as well, and Flydeal. That will be where people go. Okay, I mean, we've talked a lot on this program about how Saudi Arabia has this goal of 150 million visitors a year by the year 2030. How achievable is that target looking to you at this point? Well, I think it's very achievable. If you look at the numbers, originally the target was 100 million. It actually got increased to 150 million. So we're well on our way. Domestic plays a significant portion, religious plays a portion, and leisure tourism is growing with the World Cup coming, with Expo. There's a lot more happening to bring people into the kingdom. And as the products continue to open, we have, again, Qiddiya just opened earlier this year. Diriyah is opening. A lot more projects continue to open, and that will bring demand into the kingdom.
Right, so clearly a lot of big events on the horizon. 2030 shaping up to be a really important and busy year as well, with the Expo and, of course, before that, the World Cup. Just lastly, tell us about the feedback, Muzammil. What are international visitors in particular telling you and telling your employees about what strikes them most, in particular when they visit Saudi Arabia for the first time?
I think the main primary feedback is the hospitality of the people and the culture is so welcoming. People really, really enjoy coming to Saudi Arabia, spending time with individuals from Saudi who are hosting them, who are serving them in the hotels and the hospitality and tourism industry. And they really, really enjoy the hospitality, and that's hard to find anywhere else in the world. It's very, very welcoming.
Okay, well, you've been very generous with your time. We really appreciate it. Great having you back on the program. Thank you, Muzammil Al-Hussein, the CEO of Al Musafir. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Counterpoints always brings you diverse perspectives, and this week we have an episode coming to you from Minsk in Belarus. I'm Melinda Nucifora, and I sat down with the Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko. In this exclusive and wide-ranging interview, we discussed the wars in Ukraine and Iran, thawing of tensions with the US, nuclear disarmament, and the burgeoning partnerships with Gulf states. President Alexander Lukashenko, thank you so much for joining us here on Al Arabiya English. It's a pleasure to have this time with you. President, we are meeting here in Minsk during what is a very unstable time in our global world. There are more global conflicts now than at any time since World War II. Do you consider yourself an optimist or a pessimist about the world that we currently live in, sir?
50-50. It's
very nice to hear that it's 50-50. That's how the situation looks at the moment. But I would like to remain optimistic. You and I, and all of us, want to live good, normal lives in a calm country, as Belarus is. And I believe Australia, where most people live and work, is also a very nice place. As for New Zealand, I have never visited this country, but I believe it is very similar to Belarus. We all want to live in peace, in a good world, in a good country where, as you rightly said, people can work and still have time to rest.
Unfortunately, for where our network is coming to our audience from, Al Arabiya, we're based in Riyadh. We live in an unstable region at this point in time. You yourself are in an unstable region. The war in Ukraine has been going on for 4 years, and it seems like there's not a huge hope in sight at present for peace. What do you think is preventing a peace deal, and what does a lasting peace look like for your region?
Ну, вы знаете, у нас очень точно и правильно говорят, что надежда умирает последней.
Well, you know, we usually say that hope dies last, and we never lose hope. And you are right to note that we are living now in regions that are probably the most dangerous in the world, where wars are taking place. So sometimes all you can do is hope, simply hope. And the hope for peace is always present. It's a classic idea, and not just a classic because it is a rule. There is always hope for peace. We always hope for peace. Our history proves that. Unlike your homeland, we have always lived here in this pot, and it has been boiling all the time at the crossroads of Asia and Europe. All of the most tragic wars and conflicts have occurred right here. We have taken part in wars that were not ours, but they were fought on our territory. And Australia, as we say, is at the end of the planet as we see it. It has always been calm, although that is only relatively true. Of course, something is always happening everywhere. Maybe not worse, but you certainly have some natural disasters that you know quite well compared to us. The world is unstable now, and it is because of people. It is not God who gave us these wars. It is we who have entered them. That is why we need to think how to stop these wars. And of course, what lies behind your question, not only the question of hope, but also whether we can stop these wars, especially here in our region, and not only in our region, but in yours as well, in the Middle East. I believe that we have this opportunity. It is very, very possible. Even more possible now than it was before. And it depends on the will of a few people. And if that will and desire exists, these wars can be ended this year. And even the conflict between Russia and Ukraine can be ended this year. And if we speak about the Middle East, there are no other options. There are no other options for stopping the war. The war will be stopped this year, I hope even sooner, especially the tensions between the United States of America and Iran. But I do not believe that this is a war between the Americans and the Iranians. It is a war between Israel and Iran, into which the Americans became involved because of the position and policies of certain leaders in the United States of America. But the reality is, this war is going to stop. And I know the stance of the President of the United States of America, who carries a great deal of weight in this confrontation. He is focused on bringing this war to an end. And I would like to highlight once again that there is no other way out, no other solution. And this is what makes the conflict around the Strait of Hormuz different to the conflict in Ukraine. The conflict in Ukraine is a much more difficult one. So the circumstances themselves make it necessary for the leadership of America to stop their military pressure on Iran. And Israel's actions will depend on the stance of the United States of America. That's why this year, I believe these conflicts can be stopped. And it's not a hope, I'm sure they will be stopped.
You've raised the conflict in Iran, so perhaps I'll jump to that and we can get into that more deeply, and then we can return to Ukraine. Because I feel like you're saying there that you think that the US can stop the conflict with Iran. Do you think the US can make Israel stop its aggression as well? Does Donald Trump have that power?
Абсолютно может.
Of course it can, and some recent developments do support that. You know, there has been a conflict between Trump and Netanyahu in the media, where Trump, in his own manner, said that Netanyahu was still attacking Lebanon. But one of Iran's conditions was that Lebanon should not be attacked while efforts to reach an agreement were underway. And Trump, in his own manner, stepped in when military actions were taking place in Lebanon. And when Trump took notice of that, something happened. They managed to stop the conflict. And that proved that Israel is fully dependent on the United States of America. And Donald Trump was right when he said that if Israel did not listen to him, it would be left alone. And Israel is afraid of that because it is located not far from Iran, and Iran has all of the capabilities and means to strike Israel. And if there are no American missiles in Israel used by Israel, then that defense system will be broken, and they will see and experience things they would never want to experience. So recent actions and recent developments do prove that Israel is dependent on the United States of America. And that is understandable even without these recent developments. Israel is not a country with colossal resources compared to, for example, with Russia in the conflict with Ukraine. That would allow it to wage war with Iran, especially taking into account that Israel is surrounded by the Muslim world. Yes, it is. The peoples are different, and they cannot come to unity in that region. But I always say war is unpredictable. It can lead to situations that could have never have been predicted. So Israel must be a little more careful. They already have a bad reputation in the world because of the bombing of Gaza. It is a Holocaust. Why do we speak about the Holocaust suffered by the Israelis while they themselves have killed so many people? Women, and above all children, have died in the Gaza Strip. It was simply wiped off the face of the earth. And they are trying to build a resort on the land where these people were killed. So we say that Israel has to start thinking about its future, because otherwise, even nuclear weapons will not help them. And why does Iran need nuclear weapons? If we look at it from the point of view of justice, the United States of America does have nuclear weapons, of course, the most powerful weapons. They have had them for a long time, and yet Israel remains quiet about owning nuclear weapons. So people can ask, why can't we have nuclear weapons as well? Especially when there are countries, such as India and Pakistan, which are nuclear states. Why can't Iran have nuclear weapons? If we look at this from the point of view of justice, then let us get rid of all of the nuclear weapons in the world, but slowly. And if it is a deterrence factor, a factor that prevents anyone from attacking your country when you possess nuclear weapons, then Iran and other countries have the right to own nuclear weapons in order to protect themselves. That is if we are talking about the nuclear issue. And if we talk about the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, I do not think the Iranians want to stop everything in the Strait. It is not in their interest. Because if the Strait of Hormuz is blocked, the wealthy Gulf countries will find another way. They will simply build pipelines through Oman to the Indian Ocean and then use the Indian Ocean to load their tankers and so on. So this is not in Iran's interest. They want compensation for the aggression that was carried out against their country, and we do understand them. So Israel and the United States of America, the countries that attacked Iran, need to start thinking about compensating for the damage. There are many challenges that need to be addressed, and they can only be resolved at the negotiating table. There is no military solution for either of these conflicts. Not in Ukraine and not in the Middle East. There is no military solution to either situation. So we need to keep cool heads and understand that a lot of innocent people are going to die.
You raised the nuclear issue there, and this has obviously been a prominent factor, not just in the start of this particular conflict, but in a deal to end it as well. Despite the US efforts, do you think that this conflict has encouraged rather than deterred more countries to seek nuclear weapons or to seek a nuclear umbrella?
Well, yes. A lot of countries talk about this openly, but this is a road to nowhere, a road to destruction. Because if you have a gun, it may not be used for some time. Guns are made to shoot. Sooner or later, they will be used. So that is why we are talking about it. Nuclear weapons are a deterrence factor, and probably the situation you have described is true today, although I have not studied the topic in great detail. But the countries of the world, all countries of the world, should not have nuclear weapons because this is a road to nowhere. The world could simply cease to exist one day. This is why I do not support all countries possessing nuclear weapons. I am in favour of disarmament, nuclear disarmament, by all parties: Russia, India, Pakistan and the United States of America, and all other countries. It should apply to everyone. So, bombing Iran will not stop the development and production of nuclear weapons in Iran. On the contrary, it may even encourage them to pursue them. If we look deeper into the conflict, there are many reasons behind it. And one of the mistakes by the United States of America and Israel is that they have united what was previously a quiet, fragmented Iranian society. Iranian society was not as united before as it is now, and that is a mistake. And I am sure that the development and production of nuclear weapons in Iran, if it had existed, will continue. Because the other mistake, the second mistake by the Americans, was not agreeing to a proposal that, according to information I received from media sources, Iran had made. Iran offered to transfer the nuclear materials used for producing weapons to China and Russia. So why did the Americans not agree to Iran transferring this enriched uranium to China? Why did they not agree on that? Because China is a nuclear power, it produces nuclear fuel, and no one forbids China from doing so. They could have done it. Would it have given China such a great advantage? Because China does not have as many nuclear missiles as Russia and the United States of America. So, perhaps it should have been transferred to China, where it would have been under control. I can give you an example from Belarus. Belarus possesses nuclear material, but it is under the supervision of the International Atomic Energy Agency. We agreed to this arrangement some time ago. As a result, the international community does not object to the fact that Belarus possesses these materials, because they are under the international oversight and control, and there has been no serious concerns about that. The IAEA controls it, and the same could have happened with China. If that enriched uranium or polonium could have contributed to the production of new missiles in China, well, an additional 10 missiles would not have been a problem. But the Americans were very stubborn. They simply said no. Why? Why would you take it to China? Because it is our main rival? And yes, we acknowledge that fact. China is a rival, and it is developing at a much faster pace than the United States of America. Iran could have transferred the material to China. Iran is not going to give it to the United States of America. Never. That is based on politics and ideology. How can they give these materials to what they see as the aggressor? That is why I believe that these relatively minor issues were what prevented a resolution in the conflict. And it is the Israelis and the Americans who are to blame for that. I think they will find a solution. I think they will resolve the issue because they have no other way out. Otherwise, the Americans will turn another region into a rival rather than an ally. Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, and the UAE are all in favor of stopping this war and to start normal relations. All of the above mentioned countries, perhaps plus one or two others, have told Trump that. They have said to him, "We do not want a war there, and you know why." So the circumstances are pushing Americans towards a diplomatic solution to stop the war.
Дипломатическим путем для прекращения войны.
You say that the US should have accepted particular terms to make a deal earlier, but President Trump has accused Iran of taking too long to agree to a deal. Do you think Iran has dragged its feet? Should they be faster to come back to the negotiating table and agree to a deal with the US?
Прежде всего, надо быстрее, если...
First of all, it should have happened faster. To use your terminology, the United States should have acted more quickly. And there should have been less talk and less advice from its advisors. There should have been action. In this case, much depends not on Iran, but on the United States. To be objective, we should say that Iran is working with its allies, Russia and China, and they are trying to persuade Iran to make a deal and stop this conflict. And this conflict, in comparison with the conflict in Ukraine, influences the economy, and the economy of ordinary people, the economy of entire countries. Iran is simply responding and reacting to the actions of the United States, which is prolonging this conflict. And the Iranian authorities are doing the same as the Americans. That is what we see on the surface. But we do not see the deeper reasons, because they may be different forces and tendencies beneath it. In the United States, something can be said in the morning, and something completely different can be said in the evening. This is why it is so difficult to understand what is really going on. I would like to propose to analyze the objective reasons which influence the conflicting parties, the United States, Israel and Iran. But objective reasons push to the end of this conflict.
Тому, чтобы конфликт этот был закончен.
The Middle East is certainly experiencing a considerable reorientation as a result. You talked about the Gulf states who have been trying to lobby for an end to this war. Iran regularly targeted US allies during this conflict. Do you think that Iran's actions have raised questions about their willingness for peace in the Middle East? And do you think it's raised questions about the US's ability to defend their allies in the Middle East?
Вы правильно расставили эти акценты.
You are putting emphasis in the right places. Yes, Russia and China are encouraging Iran, as is India, to stop this conflict. Pakistan, by the way, has also held negotiations, and they are encouraging Iran in a friendly way to make a deal. On the other hand, as I've already mentioned, and as I know for sure, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Bahrain and the UAE, and all of the Gulf states have told Trump they want this conflict to be resolved diplomatically. These are wealthy and influential countries. With Iran, they have some serious disagreements, and of course they are not friends. But the authorities of the United Arab Emirates actually told the United States and Trump that it is necessary to negotiate and to stop this war. And it is clear why. This is why they are allies of the United States, and indirectly of Israel, but primarily the United States. Muslim countries have never been allies of Israel, but because they host American military bases on their territory, they are allies of the United States. So the parties to this conflict are being pushed by different countries to stop this war. But Iran has attacked United States military bases located in the Persian Gulf, in Arab countries. So from Iran's point of view, they are acting appropriately because this is a war. And drones launched by Iran sometimes also strike residential areas where civilians live. But this is one of the drawbacks of these drones. It can also be the result of signal jamming and other technical factors. There are different reasons why drones end up striking areas that were not their intended targets. We see the same situation in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. These are also parties to the conflict, but drones also enter airspace of the Republic of Belarus. One drone from Ukraine actually entered Belarusian airspace and exploded here. So the same happens in the Middle East. Iran attacks military bases of the United States because, from Iran's point of view, the United States is the aggressor that attacked Iran. That is why, from their point of view, there is a certain logic to it. So yes, on the one hand, there is Israel and the United States, and on the other hand, there is Iran, and they are in conflict. At the same time, they are being pushed by other countries towards a peaceful solution. As you mentioned, peace is being reshaped in the Middle East. I think this is a temporary phenomenon, to some extent, but the situation will never be the same as it was before. It is being reshaped. The world will never be the same as it was before this conflict. So when we start a conflict, we should always think about the aftermath. For example, the United States attacked Iran, and what was the result? None of the problems that were raised were resolved. None of the goals of the United States sought to achieve were accomplished. On the contrary, the opposite happened. That is why, whenever you intervene in the affairs of another country or attack another country, you should think about the consequences and the outcome. Iran cannot be defeated. You can destroy certain things in Iran, and there could be a ground operation, but the United States will never launch a large-scale ground operation or even a limited one, because it could result in thousands of American soldiers being killed, and America could not withstand that, given the situation that is unfolding in the United States today, the opposition to the authorities and the ruling Republican Party.
So do you think that the US made a fundamental miscalculation in this conflict?
It is a fatal miscalculation. It is a fatal error of the United States. They shouldn't have done that.
Do you think the US did it of their own volition, or were they coerced, to say the least, by an ally?
Well, look, Israel actually got United States involved in this war. I know. I do not know whether that is a minor point or a major one. Time will tell. But the United States is not the kind of country that can be dragged into a war by a third party. So if the United States did not want to get involved, it would have not become involved. They think they can solve any problem through military operations. But it is not like that. So yes, Israel provoked the United States. the Israel lobby in the US, the Jewish lobby, is very strong in the United States. They are rich and powerful people in the United States, and they do have influence. But you are the president. You have national security advisors, the Department of Defense, the State Department, and other institutions. They should also have advised something more reasonable. The United States is not a country that lacks influence. That is why Israel could not simply draw this powerful country, the United States, into the conflict. The Americans wanted to become involved in this war.
Belarus has found itself in the media a lot these past few weeks, primarily because Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has warned that Russia is planning to launch a new offensive on Ukraine from Belarus. Has President Putin raised this prospect with you? Is he pushing to open a new front from Belarus?
Да, мы такую проблему обсуждали, но только не в том ключе.
Yes, we discussed the issue with Putin, but not in the way the mass media discuss it. We often spoke with President Putin about the fact that it is inadmissible for the war in Ukraine to spill over into Belarus. First and foremost, Belarus, we do not want to enter the war. Belarus is vulnerable from a military point of view if Ukraine starts attacking Belarus as it attacks Russia. Because from this perspective of the Ukrainian armed forces, Belarus is within immediate reach. And we understand that all of our logistics and production facilities could come under attack. And by the way, Ukraine has stated that it already has 500 targets in the territory of Belarus. Belarusians do not want war, because Belarusians suffered greatly in previous wars. Many civilians were killed. And thirdly, if Russia were to attack Kiev from the territory of Belarus, then the front line for Russia, and consequently for Belarus, would expand by 1,500 kilometers along the Belarusian-Russian and the Belarusian-Ukrainian borders. We cannot protect this part of the border, especially if NATO armed forces, NATO troops, and the countries that support Ukraine were to deploy their troops on Ukrainian territory. Then this war would become a war between Belarus and Russia on one side and the NATO bloc on the other. I do not exclude the possibility that this could happen, but there are other aspects as well, humanitarian aspects and so on. For example, our families. I received information from the Belarusian intelligence services, which analysed public opinion in Ukraine and the views of Belarusians regarding this conflict. There are many Belarusians who have family members in Ukraine, and there are many Ukrainians living in Belarus with their families, and there are children. Earlier, we did not really have borders, and people crossed them freely without visas. I travel to Ukraine. Even my ancestors have Ukrainian roots. Some of my ancestors lived in the area between Chernihiv and Kiev. And of course, we discussed this issue with Putin because it was always present in the media environment, and I am sincere about that. I can sincerely say what Putin told me. We understand that the involvement of Belarus in this war, in this conflict, is impossible because it would cause even more damage. So that is the answer to this question. But I would also like to say that the mass media sometimes exaggerate this topic. And Zelensky, in fact, supported that narrative in the media, and he has begun taking actions against Belarus. At first I wondered, why was he doing this? Because I am sure that he receives information from his armed forces that there is no threat from the Republic of Belarus. I am sure that he understands that. But nevertheless, he continues to make these statements. And I think that the West is pushing Zelensky to make these announcements and declarations. Because Zelensky himself never stated that Russia was going to attack from Belarus. There were no such declarations. But the Europeans were very worried about that. And that is why they influenced Zelensky. They said to him, "Why are you remaining silent? We are talking about this danger, and yet you are saying nothing." And that is why he has made these statements and announcements.
So we see President Zelensky fortifying more of Ukraine's northern border. Do you then feel as if perhaps it's more of a show to his Western allies than it is a reaction to a real threat?
Нет, он не стягивает никакие туда ресурсы.
No. He is not fortifying the northern border. First of all, we have noticed that ourselves. On the contrary, when the mass media picked up this story and amplified it to the highest level, the Ukrainian forces that were stationed there, mainly territorial defense forces, meaning local civilians, moved about 40 kilometers away from the border into the rear. And you are saying that he is fortifying the northern border. Even if he wanted to fortify it, he does not have the capability to do so. The West is telling him that he does not need more weapons, he needs more people. He does not have enough personnel on the front line. So how can he fortify the northern border? Where would he get these people from? Because he cannot take them away from the areas where they are fighting now, and those front lines stretch for thousands of kilometers. Donbass, Zaporozhye, the Kharkiv region, or Luhansk. He cannot take forces and personnel away from those areas and deploy them to the northern border. So we understand who is facing us there. They are former mechanics, ordinary people working for the benefit of their country. Many of them are not properly trained to shoot. And we are going to attack them with our professional army? Of course not. So he cannot fortify the northern border. And I believe that even if an offensive had started from the territory of the Republic of Belarus, Ukraine would have little to which respond, apart from UAVs. Of course, drones would attack our civilian locations and our enterprises. Ukraine does not have enough people, and that is what defines the situation this year. Of course, the Russians have sometimes faced manpower shortages, but we believe their situation cannot be compared with that of Ukraine. Yes, they also have shortages, but this is the most important issue in this conflict. People. There are simply no more people.
Does Ukraine have anything to fear from Belarus?
Абсолютно ничего.
Of course not. Nothing is threatening them, and they know that. The military know that, and the civilians know that as well. But for certain political ambitions, the issue has been kept alive.
Do you think NATO is being provocative in that case then? Or maybe the European allies of Ukraine? Are they stirring the pot, do you feel?
Ну, я не скажу, что НАТО заваривает эту кашу.
Well, I would not say that NATO is stirring the pot, but it would be very dangerous for NATO to intervene directly in the conflict in Ukraine because it could not lead to just a simple escalation. It could provoke a nuclear conflict. And that would mean the end of Europe or even the end of the world. And that is not in the interest of the United States of America either. Even though it is far away from us, the United States is separated from us by an ocean. So it is not in everyone's interest. That is why we do not believe that NATO is actively stirring the pot. Of course, some countries occasionally seem eager to become involved in a small war. Some countries, including our neighbours, are acting inadequately. In our view, they are completely inadequate in their actions. They appear to be counting on the idea that, if a war starts, Germans and French people will fight against Russia. And they, our neighbours, are not going to be on the front line. Of course, that is not going to happen. The Americans are not idiots. They understand that, and the Western countries understand that as well. As we see it, they prefer to fight from behind, from the rear. But nothing can be achieved by that method. Well, some people would like to provoke some kind of NATO involvement, but I do not believe that is the overall position or the stance of the NATO leadership. Of course, you can point to the recent statements of the Big Three, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, and to what they have said, including their list of 5 points for Russia. I have been thinking about those 5 points. The leading European countries are asking Russia to take the most extreme measures, and that is unbelievable. It's not going to happen. And we believe the European countries are now eager to start a dialogue. At the beginning of any dialogue, at the start of negotiations, both sides usually ask for as much as they can get. That gives both sides room to move later. So I believe that this is a position for the start of negotiations. The position of the Russian Federation has also been announced, and they need to sit down at the negotiating table and work through their positions, and they need to compromise. And if we want this war to end, that should happen.
You say there needs to be compromises to bring this war to an end. What does a successful deal look like to your mind, do you think?
Успешная сделка будет только тогда.
Well, a successful agreement can only be achieved when both sides understand how many people have died in this war. Only then can something happen. It is not enough for Putin or the leadership alone to understand that this is already a dead end. Everyone has to understand it. Because the next step is escalation, horrible escalation. And if everyone understands that, then we can achieve a compromise. What exact steps could be taken to reach that compromise? Well, I do have a position on this, but I do not want to get into it, because these issues will be discussed at the negotiating table. It is not for me to participate there, but for the stakeholders of this conflict. What I do know is we need to use every available opportunity to reach a compromise and to find the truth, a lasting truth.
At the start of the conflict, you predicted a swift victory from Russia, and you were very critical of President Zelensky. You called him a scumbag. But recently you've invited him to a face-to-face meeting to discuss your differences. Do you think you can be a mediating force? And is your desire or your invitation to meet President Zelensky perhaps an acknowledgement that Belarus does see that Ukraine has been successful, or more successful than a lot of countries gave them credit for?
Давай по порядку. Ты 4-5.
Well, let us start from the beginning. You have mentioned 4 or 5 points that I should respond to. First of all, at the beginning of the conflict, and judging by what was happening on the battlefield, not only I, but the whole of the world understood that the war was likely to end quickly with a victory for the Russian Federation. That assessment was connected to the fact that the Russian forces were already near Kiev at the time. They had advanced towards Kiev, especially the forces that entered from the north. They were already in Kiev. And then certain politicians and forces asked Putin to stop the offensive, to move back to Syria and to sign an agreement, a truce. There was an understanding that so many people were dying and that the war, let us be honest with each other, was not going as planned. Putin agreed to that. And he did withdraw his forces from Kiev. That happened. It is a fact. Before that decision, everyone understood that Ukraine only had a few days left. Many believe that it was a mistake by the Russians to withdraw when they were already in Kiev. Well, it is a matter of perception. Some believe it was a mistake. I think it was a step taken by Russia with the aim of restoring peace between the two parties in the conflict. And after the forces were withdrawn, peace did not follow. So judge for yourself who is to blame. But we, and I personally, evaluated the situation based on the objective realities on the front line. If the Russians had not withdrawn their forces, and our military experts think the same, if they had continued their offensive in Kiev, there would have been no Zelensky left, nor anyone else. I do know that certain parties, and perhaps the Vatican, as well as the Israeli intermediaries, were saying they understood Zelensky was going to sign a truce, and that was the basis for my statement. But then the war continued. It is now in its 5th year, and well, no one has achieved all of their aims. But to be fair, the Russians are moving forward and they have been more successful. And if the Russians achieve their goal of encircling the agglomeration, as they call it, and of taking control of part of the Donetsk region, where the Ukrainian forces are currently located, then everything will be at risk for them as well. Because we understand that the majority of the Ukrainian forces are concentrated there in the Donetsk region. That is why they will not have any other chances. They understand that. They have been quite effective in their use of drones. But the Russians have also achieved a high level in countering UAVs and using them in combat. That is why they are not only attacking on the front line. Russia uses missiles and drones across the territory of Ukraine. And Ukrainians attack monuments, residential areas, and oil production facilities across the territory of the Russian Federation. This is war. But if we talk about the front line, the Russians are moving forward, step by step. Slowly, but they are moving forward. And I will speak frankly. Ukrainians are sometimes quite effective in defense, but they are not as effective as the Russians. I'm sorry, but I just have 2 more points to make. Let us talk about my remarks regarding Zelensky. Perhaps I was a little harsh in my words, but they were a response to his statements where he said we have 500 targets inside Belarus. We know where Lukashenko is. Tomorrow we are going to attack them using drones or missiles. I was quiet. I was silent. Everyone was surprised. Why am I silent? I understood. Well, a person is under pressure. He is young. He is inexperienced. He is not a military man. Maybe he didn't understand something. But when I was threatened, I had to respond to that threat. If he still holds some resentment over my words, well, I'm sorry. Perhaps I should not have been so harsh. But he has to understand from my side, from the territory of the Republic of Belarus, military actions are not going to take place. In the first days of the war, I made some proposals to him on how to achieve peace and how to sign a truce. If he had listened to me, we would not be having this conversation now. Where should we stop? Should it be at the front line? Or 13% of the Donbass region be given away? Well, he did not listen to me, and he needs to come back to reality and stick to the facts. He should not provoke me, Belarus, or the Belarusian people, because there are many people in Belarus who want peace, just as he and the Ukrainians do. And as for being an intermediary, I actually dislike that role. Why? Let me explain. When relations between the West and us were at their most difficult stage, there were many people offering to act as intermediaries, and I said, no thank you. We will do it ourselves without intermediaries. That is why I dislike this process of being an intermediary. Look at it from a philosophical point of view. When you place yourself between 2 sides that are like a mill, you can be crushed. We do not have the kind of colossal resources that China has, for example, as it tries to act as an intermediary. We do not want to be intermediaries. We are simply acting as intermediaries. Of course, we are also stakeholders in this situation because the war is taking place on our doorstep. We do not want this war because we could face consequences ourselves and we could suffer as Ukrainians are suffering now. From the beginning, I believed that this conflict should be stopped and that a truce and a peace agreement should be signed between the opposing sides. And only then can we, the 3 brotherly nations and peoples, agreeing among ourselves, we will deal with the consequences. And you will see that neither the Americans, nor the Europeans, nor anyone else is going to help with the restoration, because for them, it is a foreign land. So we need to overcome this conflict. We need to get to the negotiating table. 3 people, Lukashenko, Putin, and Zelensky. We should agree to stop, and we should agree on how we are going to deal with the consequences and how we are going to rebuild everything. We need to make that decision. I proposed this a long time ago, and I still believe the proposal remains relevant. It has not been forgotten, and I believe that Vladimir Zelensky is not a foolish person. I hope that he will understand, put aside any bad memories, set aside his ambitions, and realize that thousands of people have died. Then we can begin to negotiate. We can begin talks. We can discuss how to prevent more people dying in the future, because we have much to restore. And I believe that is going to happen. That has to be done, because we need to bury those who have died. That we must do this.
The Russia-Ukraine war, events in the Middle East, which we have discussed, have prompted many European countries and others to begin expanding their military capabilities, their production, even military service in some places. Do you view this in Europe as purely defensive, or do you think we're witnessing a new arms race in Europe that could target Belarus and Russia?
Это беда. Вот вы правильно характеризовали. Мы тратим сегодня огромные деньги на производство вооружений.
This is actually a bad situation. You use the right words. We are spending so much money on producing arms, an arms race. We need to achieve the truth. And when we do, what happens next? Of course, arms production can be reduced and so on, but what do we do with the industries that have already been transformed? We experienced a similar process in Russia after the dissolution of the USSR. It was known as conversion. After producing tanks and weapons, factories began producing kitchenware and other consumer goods. In reality, that is not a good use for high-tech industrial enterprises. And our enterprises were high-tech. So I am always asking, what is going to happen next? Yes, we have militarized. And of course, the economy is benefiting from that militarization. But we need to look ahead and think about what will happen after we achieve the truth. We will need food products, clothing, civilian vehicles, and everything else that people use, not tanks, aircraft, and weapons. That is the number one issue that we should not forget about. And if we talk about conscription, mandatory military service, you were right to say that this is probably a situation that is developing in the West, because on our territory, nothing has changed. We do conscript all those eligible based on their age. So this is not a problem for us. There are certain units that are staffed by professional soldiers and contract personnel. I believe that was a wise decision. So we have conscription, but we also have contract service. And some countries have said that they believe they need to conscript people who do not want to serve. That will be a problem in the West. And those who are not currently in the military do not want to join it. They will face this problem. And they will have to change the mindset of the population, and that will be a challenge in the West, in America, and in other Western countries. And the last question was, what is happening in Belarus? Well, it is not a problem for us, as I have already said. Nothing is happening. Nothing is changing. We are simply concerned that the conflict does not escalate and that the war does not spread into the territory of the Republic of Belarus.
И последнее вы спрашиваете, как в Беларуси. Я только что сказал, нас эта проблема не волнует в плане призыва. Нас волнует, чтобы не было эскалации, не было войны на территории Беларуси.
Let's discuss Belarus's relations with the US, because President Trump has certainly been paving the way for better relations with Belarus. We've seen sanction relief in return for the release of prisoners. Do you think the US could pressure other European countries to improve their relations with Belarus if they wanted to?
Если коротко говорить, если американцы захотят надавить.
Well, to put it briefly, If the Americans want to put pressure on someone or influence decisions of certain countries, of course, they can do so. Some countries are already under their influence, and this has been discussed in the mass media. Well, it is not a particularly important issue for us, but there is the question of American influence on neighbouring countries. We believe it would be helpful if they could assist in normalising relations with our neighbouring countries. We have never refused any kind of help. But I would like you to know that the dialogue is not taking place only with Americans. We are also in close contact with representatives of European countries. Much of this is public. And I must say, the first official contacts we had, surprisingly, were with the United Kingdom around 2 years ago. We discussed many issues, including the conflict in Ukraine. I shared my point of view, and I met with the new leadership of certain agencies and institutions in the United Kingdom. And they told me I was right. But the solution I proposed at the time was not adopted, and the situation has become more complicated. I said then that war is the kind of thing that can lead to completely unpredictable consequences and outcomes. Situations can develop in ways that seem completely illogical. That is why we remain in contact with some of our neighbours, such as Lithuania and Poland. There have been exchanges of people who were accused of espionage or convicted of certain crimes. As you know, before such prisoner exchanges can take place, many leaders have to communicate. Donald Trump was also involved in that negotiation process. So I will tell you sincerely, we started these negotiations with the Americans, and we are ready to continue the talks, but as equal partners. We are not here to be dictated to. We are ready to hold talks with Europeans, and we are already talking to them. We are ready for American and European representatives to engage in mutually beneficial cooperation with us. Europeans and Americans now understand that such cooperation should exist, and there are already some small signs of movement in that direction. And we believe that process should continue. And I would like to emphasize once again that we are not negotiating only with the Americans, we are also negotiating with Europeans. And these talks are not just about Americans influencing or putting pressure on Europeans. The philosophy behind this dialogue is simple. All the conflicts and all the issues we are discussing are taking place here, in our common European home. Belarus, France, the United Kingdom. It is all happening here, and we need to solve these problems. And if the Americans can help with that, we would be grateful. But this is our house. These are our rules. That is why it is for us to deal with it. That is why I support Trump's position on Ukraine. Because he says this is happening on your territory, and you should be thinking on how to stop it. You should not be hoping that Americans will come and save you, or simply restore everything to how it was before. And I support the president.
Are there plans for you to meet President Trump on the horizon?
Я это не отрицаю, тем более что...
Well, I'm not denying anything. I was invited to the so-called Peace Summit, and another meeting of that kind is expected to take place in the autumn. I have been invited to that meeting as well, and I do not rule out attending it. But Putin always says that before meeting with someone, especially a head of state, we need to understand what the outcome is going to be. What can we work on in a meeting with Donald Trump that would benefit people? Because our meetings need to produce tangible results. Of course, these will not be colossal agreements of global significance, but they could be agreements based on compromise, aimed at resolving certain issues and problems between our two states in order to improve relations. And we are ready for that. And the Americans are ready for that as well. We are ready for such discussions, and they need to be comprehensive. The issues involved are not limited to prisoners or similar matters. Of course, those are among the easier issues to address. There are embassy-related issues, economic issues, and financial issues. There are many matters that need to be discussed, and they should be addressed at the same time as part of a meeting between two presidents. And even if we do not reach any agreements, there should be at least some ideas for resolving these issues in the future.
When we discuss relations with the West, we need to discuss the fact that in some Western countries, by some Western leaders, your legitimacy as a president is questioned. You've been called a dictator by some leaders. How do you respond to that criticism of your leadership?
Ничего не хочу ответить. Во-первых, меня уже никто не называет диктатором. Это уже время ушло.
I do not have any comments about that. Nobody now calls me a dictator. That time has already passed. No, I do not meet directly with the leaders of the European countries, including the leading nations of Europe, but I remain in contact with them through their representatives or sometimes directly, as in the case of Emmanuel Macron. I am not a dictator because I do not have the power to dictate to anyone. I know where that label came from. Someone used it once and then the mass media spread it. I was called the last dictator in Europe. So if you think that I am the last dictator in Europe, then be happy that you have met the last dictator in Europe, because that would mean there will not be any others. So you will have had that experience in your life. To tell the truth, I'm not concerned about it. You mentioned, for example, President Lukashenko. Some people call me Mr. President. Or Mr. Lukashenko. But there are too many misters, titles, and so on. I am a fairly simple person, and I am not rich enough to be a mister. So I do not have any problem with being called that. A president is someone who makes decisions. And if you believe that I make decisions, then I am the president. You asked for an interview, and I made the decision. Yes, I will speak to you. And it does not matter whether you are from Australia or whether your agency belongs to the Muslim world, with which I have very good relations. I have very good relations with the countries in the Muslim world, and they respect me. And I take those relationships very seriously, and that is why I made this decision. Why do you ask whether we are going to fight against Ukraine? Because you see, I am the commander-in-chief. I am the president, and I make these decisions. And that is why I can answer, no, we are not going to attack anyone, and we are not going to fight. We are only going to defend ourselves, and so on.
Mr. President, your time is very precious. If you will allow me just another couple of last questions. You mentioned your relationship with Gulf countries, so I want to pick up that. Particularly, I know that efforts are underway to expand mutual trade relations with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to strengthen cooperation in numerous areas. Why does Belarus consider the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia an important partner? And are there any immediate goals that you would like to see Saudi and Belarus achieve together?
Вы знаете, страна, в которой вы...
The country you live and work in, it could be a serious partner for Belarus. What we have in Belarus, Saudi Arabia does not have. And what Saudi Arabia has, we do not have in Belarus. That is why these relations could be excellent. Saudi Arabia is a country with enormous financial resources. But regardless of those resources, there are many things that simply cannot be produced locally in sufficient quantities. Food, clothing, and other goods. So if Saudi Arabia invested more in Belarus, and if trade between our two countries increased, then both sides could be more successful. This is especially true in areas such as light industry, including clothing and similar products. Saudi Arabia imports a large amount of goods from abroad. That is an objective reason for expanding trade between our two countries, and we are not making full use of that opportunity. And I cannot boast that we sell a great deal to Saudi Arabia or provide it with many technologies. In humanitarian cooperation, however, we have improved our position with Saudi Arabia. And moreover, as for the countries of the Middle East and the East more broadly, we do not cooperate with Saudi Arabia as closely as we could. Perhaps Saudi Arabia is not very interested, or perhaps it does not currently fall within its scope of its national interests, because we do not possess the resources that would naturally lead to a closer relationship. Recently, we proposed to Saudi Arabia that we make our cooperation more active, from agriculture to humanitarian issues, including education, technology, and other areas. Step by step, we are moving forward. But I should say sincerely that the progress is very slow, and that is not the fault of Belarus. With the United Arab Emirates, Oman, and some of the smaller countries, Bahrain and Kuwait, we have better relations, but they could be even stronger. And now we are planning to move forward in ways that serve both our interests and the interests of Oman. And we are making progress. We have good relations with the United Arab Emirates, and we have had good relations with Iran, and we would like those relations to become even stronger. Of course, we have plans, concrete plans. We have roadmaps for cooperation and interaction. In the near future, once this conflict has ended, we are ready to move forward more actively in this direction. As for relations with countries in the Middle East, we see significant potential for further development. We have already taken steps to strengthen cooperation with Saudi Arabia and other countries in the region, particularly in trade, investment, technology, and humanitarian cooperation.
Let's finish on a global perspective. There has been a dramatic shift in the global order. The long-standing, I guess you could say, rules-based order seems to have been shattered. Instead, we see America First policies, we see the rise of countries like China and others in the global south. How is Belarus adapting to this new global realignment? And do you think the world is safer or less stable than it was before?
Мир, к сожалению, не стал безопаснее. Я вначале говорил, что у меня так 50-50, 50 на 50.
Unfortunately, the world has not become safer. At the beginning, when speaking about whether I am optimistic or pessimistic, I said I was 50-50. So no, the world has not become safer. But neither is it a catastrophe. Because if we look at the world realistically, we talk too much. There are too many information wars. And fortunately, these information wars and cyber wars do not always turn into real wars, actual wars. As for the growing role of the Global South and China in the world, that is simply a fact and we should not ignore it. We are fortunate to have good relations with China because, after Russia, it is Belarus's second largest partner. And as I have mentioned in previous interviews, we are also developing cooperation with countries in the Far East and the Global South, particularly in Africa. We are not a large country, but we must clearly understand that, in addition to China, we have good relations with a number of countries. We have good relations with Vietnam, Myanmar, and Indonesia. In fact, I will be visiting Indonesia.
Это как раз страны глобального юга.
And we export our technologies and our products to Indonesia. There is a demand for them there. And we also have good relations with Libya and Egypt in North Africa. We have always maintained good relations with these countries. I can also mention Algeria. And then there is Zimbabwe in southeastern Africa. We have developed good relations there as well. Recently, we held talks with Ghana and reached agreements on a number of contracts aimed at expanding our trade relations. This gives us a presence in West Africa. representing the westernmost point of our engagement on the African continent. Oman is helping us develop relations with countries such as Tanzania and Kenya. So there is no need for us to fundamentally reorient ourselves or rethink our approach. We are fortunate that, sometimes through intuition and sometimes through deliberate policy, we have identified these areas of cooperation. And now it is necessary to make these relationships more active. The attitude towards us in these countries is very positive. We also have good relations with India. At the same time, I cannot say that I am fully satisfied with the current state of those relations, because India has known Belarus since the days of the Soviet Union, and I believe our cooperation could be much stronger. That is why we have been relatively successful in this reorientation, and that is one of the reasons why we have been able to adapt relatively well to the sanctions.
Do you think other countries could maybe learn something from Belarus then with regards to the global realignment?
Мы открыты для этого. Мы для этого открыты. Если мы чего-то умеем...
Yes, we are opening to offering advice and assistance to countries that are interested. And we are ready to provide our expertise and services. Africa is one example. For example, we are a relatively small country with limited resources. Yet countries invite us and they are pleased to work with us because we do not come as colonizers. We do not demand that Belarus be put first. When we go to African countries, for example, Zimbabwe, Ghana, Algeria, we think about Africa as a whole. And we do more than simply trade with them by supplying equipment and technology. We also transfer technology and train people to use it. We are ready to invite their specialists to Belarus for training, or send our own specialists and experts to Africa to train local personnel there. That is our approach, and that is why it has been received so positively.
President Alexander Lukashenko, thank you so much for giving your time and speaking with us here on Al Arabiya English. Your perspectives across a very broad interview has been greatly appreciated. Thank you for speaking with us.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
people think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. A dispute between Washington and Tehran over Iran's nuclear program as Trump claims an inspections deal whilst Iran denies it. The battle to lead the UK Labour Party is taking shape, with Burnham as the front-runner. Rivals are considering whether to step in. And a record heatwave is hitting Europe as France records its hottest day in history. Now, US President Donald Trump says Iran has agreed to long-term nuclear inspections, claiming it is part of an emerging understanding. But Tehran is pushing back, saying no such agreement has been reached and that nuclear talks or inspection arrangements are not currently underway. Here's what Trump posted on Truth Social. Iran has fully and completely agreed to highest-level nuclear inspections long into the future. There will ensure nuclear honesty. If they did not agree to this, there would be no further negotiations. And in the last few hours, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has commented on the current state of play when it comes to negotiations and the issues both sides are facing. Take a listen.
You can't have the end of hostilities and conflicts in the region as long as Iranian proxies are launching missiles and drones from Iraq and are participating in terrorism like Hamas did and like Hezbollah did. So I do think it's covered by the MOU, and it is an issue that will be gotten to at the appropriate time in these negotiations. No country is allowed to charge tolls or fees on an international waterway. That's existing international law. That's the way it is in international waterways all over the world, and that's the way we expect it'll be here. So I don't think we have anybody to convince around here in that regard. I think all the countries in this region would agree with us. And when it comes to Lebanon and what's happening inside of Lebanon, we're going to negotiate and deal directly with the Lebanese government. I spoke to President Ayoun along with the Vice President a few moments ago, spoke to him on Friday. Their people are there now on the ground directly. So the reason why that issue is always... Now, there's an Iranian issue with regards to Lebanon, and that is their support and sponsorship of Hezbollah. And so that factor will be discussed as part of our conversations with the Iranians.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and Deputy Editor of The Spectator, Freddie Gray, who joins us from London. Freddie and Michael, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. Freddie, let's begin with you because we've heard a lot of back and forth today. How serious is the dispute over nuclear inspections? We've heard Donald Trump saying they're going ahead, Iran saying they definitely not. Donald Trump is just speaking right now, Freddie, and he has said we're getting along quite well.
Well, I mean, it's hard to judge how severe this dispute over weapons inspection, over nuclear inspections is, because I think what we're going to see over the next 60 days throughout these technical negotiations, if they last 60 days, I should add, is endless disagreements, endless different lines being pedaled one way and the other. What's clearly going on both sides, on the US side and the Iranian side, is that they are trying to sell the peace process for their domestic audience. And that applies to the Iranians who have to sustain this idea that they have won a victory, a magnificent victory on pretty much all fronts. And it also applies to Donald Trump, who has to say to his domestic audience, I have achieved what I wanted to achieve on nuclear, on dismantling Iran's proxies, and on removing it as a terror threat in the region. It's going to get very, very complicated and messy over the next few days. I think unless the war starts again, I think we have to say that the peace process is ongoing and they are getting on reasonably well, because when you take out all of the politics, there are talks going on. They're being divided up into different sections, different negotiation groups. And I suspect each group, whether it's on the sanctions being eased, whether it's on the reconstruction of Iran, whether it's on the nuclear issue, whether it's on the Strait of Hormuz, each one of those groups is going to hit all sorts of problems, particularly on the nuclear issue. So we'll just hear a lot more of this in the coming days, I think.
And Michael, as Freddie just said there, complicated and messy. Donald Trump still speaking, and he said we're trying to work out a deal that's fair. So let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz and this Hormuz hotline and the implications of that. Do you think it will work, and how crucial is the Strait staying open in negotiations right now? Because we've also heard both Iran and Oman talking about the Strait of Hormuz today.
I think there are two indications that we are, as Freddie says, sort of in an ongoing situation where we're having peace discussions. One, if there are no missiles being shot at anybody, and then the other indication is if the strait is open. So the strait being open is essential for your average person around the world to accept that we're starting to move in a healthy direction. Now, I'm reminded of the Cuban Missile Crisis as I was doing a little bit of research before we came on the air. That happened, of course, in 1962. But it wasn't until 1963 that the US and Russia had what we all sort of colloquial came to know as the hotline, right? That was the direct line between Moscow and Washington. Before that, it took 6 hours for communications to go back and forth. But once that hotline came into play, I think everybody around the world started to breathe a little bit easier, because the two superpowers were able to communicate on a almost minute-by-minute basis. If that was the case, you just pick up the phone and you call. And now with this hotline, you're going to have a situation where no doubt there will be an Iranian boat that perhaps comes a little bit too close to a US warship, and something could happen. There could be an incident. But now with this hotline, where you'll have people on the high seas, as well as the Iranians and the Americans, in constant communication. And the biggest message that this sends is to the world's economy, to let everybody know that there may be some incidents, some flare-ups, but we're communicating. And again, to Freddie's point about the ongoing talks, that's a good thing. That's going to make sure that the markets remain calm. And hopefully, especially for Donald Trump and the Republicans, hopefully that means that very soon prices at the gas pump will start to come down. That will help their chances for the midterms, certainly on the campaign trail as we lead to the midterms in November. And that will make everybody around the world feel like we're finally moving in a healthy direction, as I said earlier.
So, Freddie, let's just touch on that a little bit, because we're talking about the Strait of Hormuz there. And, of course, commercial tanker traffic through the strait has increased in the last couple of days, and on Monday and today. But I was just having a look at Donald Trump's approval ratings. We've got some more coming through from a new poll by Reuters and Ipsos. Trump approval falls to 34%, matching lowest level of a second term. 52% of Americans say Iran war not worth the cost. 24% say it was. How important is it for Donald Trump to make sure that the Strait of Hormuz opens? We see those gas prices come down before November.
It's absolutely imperative. And the reason why he's probably wearing a bit more political criticism than he would normally be willing to wear, or normally be willing to face up to, is because he knows he's got to get gas prices down in time for November. The polls have not been looking good for the Republican Party. Republican strategists have been crying out for some sort of pause, some sort of way in which they can bring gas prices down. And that was always the problem with starting Operation Epic Fury when he did. If you take the idea, and it's hotly debated, that it made any sense at all, to do it from a domestic political point of view for Donald Trump, when he did, was assuming that the Islamic Republic would collapse very, very quickly. And it certainly seems as though he believed that to be the case. Whether he was misled, whether he just went on his gut feeling, we don't know. But because he went for that, he was saying 4 to 6 weeks max at the beginning of the war, and it ended up being 4 months. And that has obviously had a lag effect. I think even if oil prices drop magnificently low tomorrow, that lag price is going to affect all sorts of things at the pump, at the till for American consumers. So they're still going to be feeling the pain, and it probably is going to cost them in November. It's not the only issue, mind. There's concerns about corruption in the Trump administration. That seems to be affecting American voters and the way they're thinking. But the cost of living and the effect the Iran war has had on the cost of living, that is a major loss for Trump, and that's why he's very, very keen to drive this peace process forward, even if it means taking a little bit more humiliation than he normally would.
And Michael, we just heard from Freddie there, Donald Trump keen to wrap up this war in Iran. We've spoken about this time and time before. And we see Marco Rubio arrive in the Gulf states today to try to sell Trump's deal to them. Do you think that this will be successful? Because obviously the neighbors of Iran took a lot of the brunt of what was going on.
Will it be successful? That's the $300 billion question. Mm-hmm. I think they will be able to spin it. The U.S. administration will. Even if the Gulf countries don't come to bail out the U.S. administration so that they can pay the Iranian government, or they have this pool of money available for the Iranians, I think the U.S. administration will be able to swing it. Certainly, they'll put a spin on it so that it comes across as though it's something different than what it is. And the Gulf neighbors, the GCC leaders are known for not speaking out, for not necessarily standing up and always trying to set the record straight. They're comfortable with the Western media and certainly the U.S. government saying what it's going to say, and you won't get somebody here standing up and saying, no, that's not the case. What the Italian leader did the other day when she made it quite clear that she did not beg for a photograph with Donald Trump, that's not, that sort of direct confrontation is not something that's too common in the Gulf. So I don't think you would get any leader here saying that Marco Rubio's trip is pointless or it didn't work. I think there will be a way forward, and I think the administration is doing everything it possibly can to speak to so many different players to make sure that they've exhausted all the options so that they will have options that they can present during these 60 days when they're speaking with the Iranians face to face.
And I guess, Freddie, one of the other problems that is looming over all of these talks is Lebanon. Israel and Lebanon are having these high-stake talks again in Washington, D.C., in the U.S. today. Hezbollah is not at the table. And when we talk about proxies and they're not involved in talks, how successful can these negotiations be with a major party missing?
Well, Lebanon was in the first paragraph of the Memorandum of Understanding for good reason, because Iran obviously does care about what's going on there, but it also knows that it's a good leverage point. It's a good way of causing division between Israel and the US and exposing that their agendas when it comes to Iran are different. So I think it is going to be a major sticking point or unsticking point when it comes to these peace talks. And, so far Israel is not, is making quite clear that it will not avoid attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon because it believes in protecting itself, as it would say. And so it's very likely to become a contentious issue. The extent to which Iran will overlook some flare-ups is a matter of, I believe, some debate between the mediators. but it is a major issue. And can I also just say on Marco Rubio, just with my kind of American politics hat on, it's very interesting that today is the first real time he's spoken about the peace process in public. When Vance has also obviously been, J.D. Vance, the vice president, has obviously been the front man, the center point for these negotiations. And it's thought that they are both, it's known that they are both want to be president in 2028. And so it's interesting that Rubio has distanced himself from it, but today has come into the picture, whereas Vance is very much saddled with the deal. If the deal fails, Vance will get a lot of criticism for it, whereas Rubio is slightly more distant.
Yeah, that's an absolutely fascinating point, Freddie, that I didn't think about because, of course, we've seen J.D. Vance in Islamabad holding these talks and, of course, he was in Switzerland and now we add Marco Rubio to the fray. Lots of talk about who will be the next president of the US. But, Michael, just on another note, right now we've got 60 days to go until a deal can be reached and things just seem so far apart at the moment. You know, Freddie, you and myself we're talking about the proxies, Hezbollah. We're talking about the nuclear inspectors. We're also talking about the frozen assets. There's so many things right now that both sides seem so far apart in. All of this is being played out on social media. Do you think anything comprehensive can be reached in the 60 days?
So fortunately, both sides have agreed that the 60 days can be extended by mutual agreement. And that, I think, is a nice, it eliminates the deadline that constantly is looming. Now, I think the U.S. administration, because as we've talked about, you know, they're going to be hitting the campaign trail soon for the midterms. I think they're going to want to get a deal done as soon as possible. But you know, when Barack Obama's team was negotiating the JCPOA more than 10 years ago, that took almost 2 years. So the idea that you're going to get everything done and dusted, and back then the Strait of Hormuz, closing it or opening it, that wasn't even anything that was on the table. That wasn't something that the Iranians had in their back pocket. So now it's one more added layer. And the Iranians, I think, are that much more emboldened because they recognize, of course, the power that they have. And they also see that there is leverage that they didn't have before. So the idea that this is going to be done in 60 days, there's no way. I think they're so far apart. And when we were talking just a moment ago, you and Freddie were talking about Hezbollah, you know, Israel itself is not mentioned in this memorandum of understanding. And I have said this before, and I'm a big believer that Benjamin Netanyahu has his own political survival at stake. There's no way that he is going to comply with something that he thinks, A, is going to hurt his country, and B, is going to hurt him politically. And that means if he's going to be no longer in office, this is not something he's going to go along with. So with Israel still not being reined in the way that many people would like them to be, I think they are a wild card, and they could make whatever success the Iranians and the Americans have at the negotiating table, the Israelis could make it completely a moot point.
Freddie, let's just pick up on that and what Michael's saying about Israel there. Israel does appear to be under immense pressure now from the US President Donald Trump as he tries to get a deal signed. And I think that's been quite clear. He has expressed frustration.
I think Michael's absolutely right. It is the wildest card in a pretty wild deck is what will happen with Israel in the coming days and in Lebanon. I think there is political pressure on Israel from a US president in a way that we haven't quite seen. Certainly the way J.D. Vance spoke about Israel last week was far more, I wouldn't even call it critical, but it was far more just firing a warning shot, essentially, across Israel's bows to say, you know, the US is pretty much your only ally in the world at the moment. You don't really want to be irritating us at this moment. And there is, of course, this big question about US military aid to Israel, which comes from the Secretary of State, comes from the State Department. And that could be put on the table as something that, you know, if Israel wants to carry on getting this large amount of money from the US every year, then it might want to help us out in this peace process, because as the Trump administration see it, that they've helped Israel out a lot in the last few months.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that, both Freddie and Michael. Let's move on to another story now. And Keir Starmer has held his first cabinet meeting since announcing he'll step down as both Prime Minister and leader of the Labour Party. The race to succeed him is beginning to take shape, with senior Labour figures considering whether to challenge Andy Burnham for the party leadership. Burnham remains the clear frontrunner, with some ministers backing what they describe as an orderly transition of power. Michael, let's start with you. So Number 10 has said there'll be no new major policy or spending commitments made until a new Prime Minister is, of course, appointed in the UK. But questions remain over how long that will be. And I think that's a big question right now.
I think it is incredibly important that we think about the position that Keir Starmer is going to be in if he were to stay too long. Now, July 9th is when we will be in a position, it's going to be open, right? That's what Keir Starmer has said, that he is going to make it open for the MPs to decide who will succeed him. And I want to make the point that we're not experiencing a conclave like we were more than a year ago. Most MPs, if they don't know now, they will know very soon who is going to have a decent chance if they want to run against Andy Burnham. But I think that the Labour Party has a bigger issue at play, and that's making sure that they come together so that they present themselves as a united front, because Nigel Farage is a real player. And I think that the Tories, they could have some success as well. But there are other parties beyond the Labour Party right now that I think are bigger threats. So the Labour Party, in my opinion, should be making sure that they're coming together, that they're having all these discussions, almost like a conclave, behind closed doors, not going public, making sure that they can sort this out so that once the date, July 16th comes around, by July 17th, they have Andy Burnham as the man, and then Keir Starmer is able to go, and that's when things are able to move forward.
And let's pick up a little bit on that, Freddie, because how much is Burnham's appeal based on the fact that he defeated Reform in that Makerfield by-election quite comprehensively, and that's been a really big concern for the Labour Party after those council elections?
Well, yes, I think the Labour Party wants to make sure that it keeps the Tories down, but not entirely down, and keeps Reform down as well, but ensures that the vote on the right is split. The extent to which Burnham helps them do that is interesting. When it comes to the recent by-election, which meant that he's now in the House of Parliament and can now become Prime Minister, that was last week. It feels a long time ago. But it was, the clear message there that Labour took from it is that Burnham himself enjoys, perhaps just in that part of the world, but enjoys substantial popular appeal. He gives a bounce to any normal Labour vote, up to 12 or 14 points, it was thought, in Makerfield in that recent by-election. That is a very significant factor, because Labour are desperately unpopular, just like the Conservative Party are desperately unpopular. They're seen as a kind of dysfunctional ruling class. And that is why you have Reform doing so well everywhere, in many parts of the country. So can Burnham be the kind of slayer of Nigel Farage, the slayer of Reform? I think probably that's a bit optimistic if Labour Party people really think that. But he's certainly a more popular figure in terms of his public profile. People warm to him. He's got quite a nice manner, whereas Keir Starmer was always very stiff and sort of awkward on the international stage and the domestic stage. I think he will enjoy some kind of popularity bounce. The big question here is whether Labour will call an election because they feel so confident that Burnham is suddenly their great saviour.
And I think this is such a good point, because you mentioned Reform there. Richard Tice from the Reform Party is saying that Burnham should call a general election in the next 6 months, because he can't be, in many ways, what lots of the papers are saying, a messiah without a mandate. And Michael, I guess the question comes to you. Right now, Andy Burnham has had so much success in the north of England. They call him the King of the North. But that's the bubble in the north. It's not Westminster. It's not running a whole government with civil service, with budgets, with defence plans, with growth, with the economy. I wonder if he can translate that success in the north into the whole country.
This is the million-dollar question, right? Can somebody take their popular sentiment and turn it into real reform, pardon the pun, within their own party, and to get the entire country to sort of follow him as he decides that this is the best course of action. As a Canadian, I'm reminded not that long ago, Justin Trudeau was probably incredibly unpopular, certainly for the last 12, maybe the last 18 months of his time in office. And then you had Mark Carney, who came in seemingly, to your average Canadian, out of nowhere. And he stepped into the fold and very quickly called an election. And he had that bump that Freddie talked about, that he was able to ride to an election victory through a general election. So could Andy Burnham do the same thing? He might be able to. I just feel like right now reform, as Freddie was saying, reform is, I think Labour needs a little bit more time to get a few wins under their belt before they call an election, so that they then have some wins that they can use to sort of talk about what they've achieved while they were in office, and then they can maybe use that to carry on for another election win.
Freddie, you are in the Westminster bubble right now. We've seen the Tories release what they've done online regarding what's going to be happening with the Labour Party. What does the Westminster bubble think of what's happening now with Burnham? Is it a positive rhetoric that they're expecting, a positive outcome with the new leader, or not so?
I think Westminster's slowly coming to the realization that it looks ridiculous to the outside world because we've obviously had this ridiculous churn in prime ministers. We've had 7 prime ministers in the last 10 years. Every summer, it seems, as soon as the temperature goes up just a tiny bit, it's going up quite a lot at the moment. Our politicians seem to go mad and try and kill each other, not literally, but in terms of their careers. And I think there is a sense among politicians I've spoken to this week that some sort of proper government needs to happen soon, because we are drifting as a country. We are failing to grow as a country. We have all sorts of problems that are just not being addressed. And the public desperately want change, but they keep getting more of the same or worse. And that's the sort of overwhelming sense in Westminster at the moment. It's like we've been messing around for 10 years ever since Brexit. We've had all these perma-crises. We need to suddenly get our act together. And that's not just felt among the Labour Party, because Labour MPs feel that they had this big majority and they were all full of hope 2 years ago that now things were going to be better. And then it ended up being this disastrous premiership that was Keir Starmer's. So it's they feel that very strongly. But it's also, you hear it among Tories too. There is this sense that the Palace of Westminster, where politics happens, has to get better. Otherwise, it's going to suffer an enormous reversal that will be, Reform's victory if that's to happen.
And as you did say, preparing to welcome the 7th Prime Minister in 10 years since that Brexit vote, which I'm sure we all remember well. But there's lots of memes online at the moment, Freddie and Michael. I don't know if you've seen them, but one that I really like is, if anyone's ever spent any time down at number 10 Downing Street, of course, where the Prime Minister lives, they have a cat. And the cat's called Larry the cat. Larry's very famous. And Larry has outlasted 6 UK Prime Ministers, and Larry's about 15 years old. So I don't know what that says about the Prime Ministers and the politicians. Go on, Freddie.
There's a slightly sick theory that as soon as Larry dies, we will have a stable government.
Protect Larry.
Keep the crisis going. We'd rather keep the cat.
So the cat is a bad omen. Okay, we're not going to go down that route, but Michael and Freddie, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And the UK is bracing for its hottest June day on record, with temperatures set to pass 35 degrees Celsius and a rare red extreme heat warning in place across parts of the United Kingdom. Hundreds of schools are closing as the heat intensifies and conditions do turn dangerous. Meanwhile, the heat wave has turned deadly in France, where dozens of people have now died since it began. Freddie, I'm going to come to you first because you right now are in London. How are you doing in this extremely hot weather in the UK? And are heat waves, do you feel, just becoming more common? Because we talked about the Prime Minister's going slightly crazy when the weather gets hot.
Well, I feel a bit ridiculous complaining to Al Arabiya about the heat. But it is difficult. It's difficult for us Brits when, particularly London, gets very hot. And London's just not a city that was built for very strong heat. And our buildings, actually all over Britain, our buildings don't deal very well with the heat. A lot of buildings are not air conditioned. That's changing, but slowly. And so, yeah, it comes as a real shock. And I think there's also a lot of disgruntlement at the moment. I know there are some schools that have said we can't be open in this heat. And I know a lot of parents are very angry about that, you know, the schools take any excuse to shut down, including the heat. But generally, yes, these heat waves are becoming more frequent or shorter and more intense in London, and I think it's just a reality that we have to deal with. And of course, our energy is very expensive, and air conditioning takes up a lot of energy. So it's another thing which sort of reveals this country that doesn't really know how to cope with stuff. We can't keep our prime ministers, and we can't deal with hot weather.
And another thing is that the infrastructure has really struggled over in the UK. If you have a look at the railway lines, they haven't coped very well. And there's always a big questions, aren't there, when it comes to the UK, Freddie? Just the infrastructure is never prepared, and we seem to be getting more and more frequent heat waves, as you said, but nothing's actually in place to make sure that people can get to work and the kids can actually be in school.
Well, famously, our railways, they close down if there's snow on the lines. They close down if there are leaves on the lines in autumn or fall. And they close down when it's very, very hot. So, yes, our infrastructure is sort of bursting at the seams a bit in a lot of ways. Schools, hospitals, roads, railways. We are, you know, we pride ourselves on still being a fairly developed first world nation, and we are. You know, I don't think we should get too down on ourselves, but it certainly does seem to be the case that we collapse quite quickly when facing any adversity, which is not something the Brits like to think that we do.
And Michael, one thing, this heat wave, is apparently retail sales are soaring over in Europe and the UK. People are buying fans, ice cream makers and sunscreen. So apparently the economy is doing pretty well because of that increase. But let's talk about extreme weather, because we're talking about it in Europe at the moment. France recording its hottest day ever in history today. But we've also seen an impact when it comes to the World Cup, which is, of course, being played in various countries, the US, Mexico and Canada, if I'm right.
Yes, you are correct. All three are in North America. Today's match in Philadelphia, you had France and Iraq, and that was suspended for as long as 2 hours, I believe, because of thunderstorms and lightning. And there we see it on the screen. What we have to remember with El Nino is that it's extreme weather. So where it's hot, it's going to get hotter. And where it's, you know, where you're susceptible in the Pacific to typhoons, you're going to get more typhoons. And we have to think about the global impact that that's going to have. But before we do that, I would step back to the 2022 World Cup. Now, I was living in Doha at that time, and the Qatar World Cup, you know, there was a lot of criticism about it being moved. It went from the summer to mid-November to mid-December. And this year, though, the challenge is a little bit greater because it is in the summer, but it's also 48 teams. Now, instead of matches perhaps just taking place in the evening or in covered stadiums, so you could control the temperature a little bit, you have more urgency to get more matches in over a 39-day period. So it makes it a little bit tougher. Now, I'm going to jump back to El Nino, and what we're going to talk about are some of the extreme weathers. And the Strait of Hormuz is a great example right now. Only, quote unquote, 20% of the world's oil goes through it, and yet 20% of the world's oil goes through it, which means that it seems like a small amount, but it can also be a large amount because of how interconnected we are. And we're realizing that while the US, for instance, doesn't need the oil from the Middle East anymore, they are experiencing expensive gasoline at the pumps. And the Philippines, for instance, they're not working full days because of the lack of oil. So we're struggling as the strait has been closed. The same thing happens with, the shipping of goods, food, as well as other materials and natural resources around the world. So if there are extreme weather conditions in one country, maybe that's going to be experiencing flooding, then that's going to have an impact on the transportation means, and it's also going to perhaps have an impact on infrastructure. And this is all as a result of the extreme weather that we're facing on a daily basis. It just happens so right now, the World Cup in the United States, that match today, as well as the hottest day on record in France. It's a good example, again, of how interconnected we are. I want to make one other point, that in 2003, France, there are people that will say that as many as 15,000 people died in that summer heat. And they're hoping that this year it won't be as bad, but that's one of the fears that people in Europe are facing.
There's a lot that we could definitely touch on there. And also, of course, global companies, AI, mining, oil, all contributing to climate change. But Freddie, I do want to bring you some breaking news and see if you can do the reaction. Michael was just talking about the World Cup there. We've just had a newsline that the US President Donald Trump will be attending the World Cup final in New Jersey on the 19th of July and will present the trophy to the winners. And this is according to the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino. No surprise there, I guess. And I wonder if he actually watches football. Freddie, what do you think?
Well, I think it's a very interesting point because it was thought, and I think FIFA perhaps were hoping that Donald Trump would kind of, be social media posting about the World Cup, be talking about it a lot, because they certainly developed their relationship with FIFA, developed their relationship very closely with Trump about the World Cup. And there's been a few reports in the last few days that Trump seems to be ignoring it. So clearly this statement's being put out now to allay concerns that Trump is completely disinterested in the World Cup. I suspect he's taken one look at it, and he is interested in a sort of, passing way. I suspect he's taken one look at it and seen how many teams there are now in the tournament and thought, I'll just wait till we get down to the last 16, the last 32 before I start taking an interest. And the fact that he'll be at the final is, of course, quite a big deal.
No, absolutely. I must admit, I'm a little bit like Donald Trump. I haven't been watching the World Cup. Way too many teams.
Well,
I'll be way more.
England tonight.
Oh, yes, of course. I better watch England tonight. I will watch England tonight against Ghana. They made 2 changes to the squad, apparently, Freddie. Anyway. Good luck to everyone in England. We'll be watching. Anyway, it's that time of the show where Michael and Freddie have chosen 2 of their quirkiest stories of the day. Michael, I'm going to start with you, and it's a story about the Titanic and the US government. We can't ever move away from the US government in this show. Tell us a little bit more.
So we're facing right now, there is a US company that has the rights to exhibit items that have been salvaged from the Titanic. The U.S. government, however, is saying that that's all they can do. The U.S. company is saying it now wants to sell some of those items that have been salvaged, and there is a court that's now there's a case that's now before the courts where they are now coming head-to-head with the company that has the rights to exhibit these items that have been salvaged around the world. And the U.S. government representative is saying, no, you cannot sell them. And this, no doubt, will generate even more interest in the film and in the ship and in so much of the history around that tragedy.
I don't know, what do you think, Freddie? Would you buy some Titanic memorabilia?
I don't think it would be high on my list of things I most want. But I mean, it's always a fascinating story of Titanic. And it always draws this enormous, anything Titanic related always draws an enormous response, just not because of the film. I think it has ever since it sank. The Titanic has always meant a lot to people for lots of reasons.
I must admit, it was the film, Leonardo DiCaprio as Jack. I think I became very invested in the Titanic as a teenager. But let's move on. Freddie, we're going to talk about yours. Trump's been making headlines for interrupting a speech about Albert Einstein. Tell us a little bit more in his classic style. So what exactly has Donald Trump said?
Well, Donald Trump did an Oval Office event, and he had Chris Wright, who's the Energy Secretary, behind him. And he did what he often does, which is to sort of hospital past Chris Wright and said, you bring in what we're talking about. We're talking about energy, you bring it in. And Chris Wright started talking, and Chris Wright was stumbling on whether it was 140 years ago or 120 years ago that Albert Einstein he was about to complete his sentence. And Trump turned around to him and said, nobody cares. I've seen everybody interpret this as how rude Trump is, how dismissive he is of people. But I thought it was, A, very funny, and B, he wasn't saying nobody cares about what you're talking about, Chris. He was saying nobody cares whether it's 120 years or 140 years. Don't worry about it. So he was actually being sort of nice. But because of his often brilliant comic timing, it came across as incredibly abrupt. So it was just one of my favourite Trump video moments of the year, and there have been a few.
Freddie, can we actually just take a moment? Michael, let's watch it and see what you've just described.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So 141 years ago, Albert Einstein, 121 years ago, Albert Einstein published a paper on
Nobody cares.
Good point.
I never go back. And usually they won't catch you. But
Michael, nobody cares. Is he really the only president and massive world leader that can get away with this kind of stuff on a global stage? Because he does fancy himself as a bit of a comedian, really, doesn't he?
So I think the Trump critic would say that this is indicative of the administration's lack of detail and how they don't care about the facts. And there may be some truth to that, but I can acknowledge when Donald Trump, I think, has done some wonderful things. And I think what he does have this ability to do is capture the everyman sort of spirit. And when you're talking about Albert Einstein, the average American is definitely not going to care if it was 120, 140, whatever the date is. And so from that point of view, Donald Trump is a perfect example of the average American. And he does have that spirit. And I think it's one of the reasons why the man's been elected twice president.
No, thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely great, always, from Donald Trump. He manages to produce such funny videos that I'm sure will last forever. I just want to say thank you so much to Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and, of course, Deputy Editor of The Spectator, Freddie Gray, who joined us all the way from a very hot London. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Also, follow us on X, G&T. That's coming up next. Goodbye, and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
with so much happening, so much information and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, as Washington and Tehran try to map out a peace deal, President Trump says Iran has agreed to allow nuclear inspectors long into the future. Well, I'll be asking the former US National Security Advisor John Bolton why he's so critical of this MOU. I'll also be speaking to the former UK National Security Advisor, Sir Mark Lisle-Grant, and asking him what progress he sees in the US-Iran negotiations. And as the UK prepares for its 7th Prime Minister in the space of a decade, I'll be asking on this, the 10th anniversary of the Brexit vote, why and how the UK became such a difficult country to govern. All of that coming up. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest on the developments in the Iran war. Well, yesterday's talks between Iran and the United States wrapped up in Switzerland. After 18 hours of intense negotiations, both sides have pointed to positive progress. But there is still one major question mark: nuclear monitoring. Well, the US Vice President J.D. Vance says that Iran has agreed to admit international inspectors, although Tehran says that no such commitments have been made. One thing that does seem certain, though, is that traffic through the Strait of Hormuz is steadily picking up, with at least 24 commercial vessels passing through during the past 24 hours. And with the latest Iran talks concluded, attention is shifting to the next round of US-mediated negotiations. This time, they'll be focused on Lebanon. Well, John Bolton is the former US National Security Advisor under President Trump during his first term. He's also former US Ambassador to the United Nations. He joins us now from Washington. Thank you so much for being with us, Ambassador Bolton. I'd like to start by getting your thoughts on this US-Iran deal, the 14-point MOU, which aims to map out a long-term peace treaty. Now, you've described this deal as variously terrible diplomacy, a disaster, a mistake, and a trap. Why the harsh criticism?
Well, there really isn't much of a deal there. I mean, this focused obviously on Trump's desire to get gasoline prices at the pump for American consumers down. And to do that, he wanted to open the Strait of Hormuz, get all that Gulf petroleum from both the Iranian and the Arab sides of the Gulf out into global commerce and bring the price down. Well, almost everything else in the deal is very much put off into the future, particularly the critical question of Iran's nuclear weapons program. And we can see already with the discussions in Geneva in the past couple days and what's happened there, that already we've lost the focus on the Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, and the other questions, while Iran concentrates on protecting Hezbollah in Lebanon. So I don't think there's much promise of any long-term success here. I think this is very much in Iran's interest, simply to start discussions, kick the can down the road as far as they can, and hope that Trump's attention is diverted elsewhere.
Well, we've heard from President Trump in the last couple of hours, and he said this. He said Iran has agreed to allow nuclear inspections long into the future. I mean, that sounds like progress, doesn't it?
Well, that's about the 20th time Iran has announced over the last 25 years that it will allow inspections by the International Atomic Energy Agency. The trouble is, during that entire period of time, Iran has consistently denied the IAEA inspectors access to places like the Parchin military base, where a lot of the weaponization work in the nuclear program was actually going on. And even as it allowed inspections in places like Natanz, right nearby at what is now called the Pickaxe Mountain site, they've opened up a whole new effort to what looks to have uranium enrichment done deep under the nearby mountains. So this is a pattern. We saw it before when Saddam Hussein was trying to hide his nuclear weapons program from the UN right before the first Persian Gulf War. Jim Baker, Secretary of State at the time, called it a program of cheat and then retreat, and that's exactly what Iran is doing here.
I mean, you've said that this diplomatic effort underway right now is, quote, as wrong as Washington's withdrawal from Afghanistan, maybe worse, you're quoted as saying. What would you advise President Trump to do in this case?
Well, I think he made so many mistakes during the course of this operation, going right back to the beginning. So rather than repeat all of that, just at the moment that he entered this MOU with Iran, there was a clear alternative for the United States, and that was using, in all probability, the military force to open the Strait of Hormuz to traffic from the Gulf Arab side, keep the blockade on Iran's exports to prevent it from earning billions of dollars in revenue that it will use to rebuild the nuclear program, rebuild the terrorist proxies, repress the Iranian people, but allow the Gulf Arab oil to get out into international markets. That would bring the global price down substantially. That would get Trump what his real focus here, which is what American consumers are paying when they fill up their cars at the gas station. I think we could have done it. I think the fact that for weeks now we've been escorting a number of ships out through the Strait of Hormuz, not pre-war traffic to be sure, but a number of ships getting through, showed that the threat from Iran was really less serious than many people believed. They were once again bluffing, engaged in a test of will and resolve with Trump, and the Iranians won.
Do you see this deal as being done in something of a hurry, perhaps for political reasons back home, notably the forthcoming midterm elections?
Yeah, I think that's really the explanation for it. This deal doesn't reflect any strategic analysis. It reflects panic on Trump's part that largely through his own inadequate preparations, he was caught between a rock and a hard place. He had to make some kind of deal to get the strait open and bring gas prices down. He feared making a bad deal, which he's done, and it's already caused him considerable political difficulty back here. I think the proximity of America's November midterm congressional elections works entirely in Iran's favor. I believe they calculate in Tehran that Trump will not resort to significant military force before the November elections because that's very much on his mind. That just gives them more time to dig out, to consolidate power for the Revolutionary Guard, and prepare for the endless negotiations that now lie before us.
I mean, clearly not an easy job for the teams that gathered in Switzerland and the other negotiating teams that have gathered in other places around the world with President Trump making comments from the sidelines on social media. But how do you rate the overall skill set and the negotiating skills of the U.S. delegation?
Well, not very highly. I mean, you have a New York real estate dealer who's a close friend of Trump's, and his son-in-law, who has his own personal, private economic interests at stake here as well. It'd be nice to have somebody on the negotiating team, for example, who knew something about nuclear weapons.
So what would you like to see done differently by that negotiating team?
Well, I don't think there's any point in negotiating with the regime in Iran. I think they have evidenced the complete determination to carry out their longstanding objective to get deliverable nuclear weapons. And I don't think that will change as long as this regime is in power. That's the blunt reality that I think the White House is, and many others, is not willing to face. It's not a pleasant prospect, but it gives the regime new life to allow it to export oil, gain the revenues, re-entrench itself in power. We're just buying maybe not another 47 years of the regime, but we're buying it staying in power for quite some time.
Some have suggested that the war and the effort to end it have driven a wedge between the United States leadership and the Israeli leadership. What do you make of that?
Well, I think that's true to an extent, but ever since Israel's founding in 1948, people have written stories about wedges between American leadership and Israeli leadership, and it's true in every presidency we've seen. I think this is sort of the flavor of the day. We'll see what happens in the region. We'll see what Iran continues to do. the relationship is not just the relationship between Trump and Netanyahu, but between the people of the two countries, which remains very strong.
We've heard President Trump and Vice President Vance in the last couple of days talking about turning over a new leaf with Iran. I mean, that's very different language to what we were hearing in February, isn't it? It doesn't sound like the US sees this regime in Iran collapsing anytime soon, does it?
Well, I don't know what they think about that, but this idea that the regime's going to turn over a new leaf is fantasy. It envisages the remnants of the regime and those who are filling the many vacancies we've created, saying, we've pursued this course of religious fanaticism and authoritarianism for 47 years. Why don't we just change everything today to have a good deal with Donald Trump? It's not going to happen. What we've seen is that the ideological zeal that drove the revolution 47 years ago has continued, and it just underlines the point. Until the regime itself disappears, we're going to face the same behavior.
You've written that some US allies are dismayed at how events have panned out during the course of the last 3 months. Not just US allies, I'd like to know what you think of US adversaries and what they think of how things have happened, notably in places like Beijing, Moscow and Pyongyang.
Well, I think they must be very dismayed by what they saw of the destructive capability of America's military, and really Israel using essentially American equipment was part of the operation as well. That has to worry them from a military point of view. But what they've seen in President Trump and his White House is a fecklessness, an inability to think strategically, an administration that's driven day by day, making decisions by the seat of its pants. That plays directly into their interest, because they see an America that's not able to conduct strategic analysis, not able to formulate a plan and stick to it.
You wrote in the British newspaper The Telegraph, quote, "The Iran regime still holds and will continue to hold the whip hand." Are you saying that Iran emerges from this as the victor?
Well, that was in reference to the Strait of Hormuz, and I think although let's assume the very best, which I don't think will happen. Let's assume the very best. The strait becomes completely open, the way it was 10 years ago. What Iran has learned is it can open and close the Strait of Hormuz like turning a light switch on and off. And all that it faces really are diplomatic consequences. That's why, as I mentioned earlier, the U.S. forcing the strait open, I think, was the one possible way to establish deterrence in the minds of the regime's leaders in Tehran. And we didn't do that. And I think that's a big win for the regime.
Ambassador Bolton, we're nearly out of time. Just your last thoughts. I mean, has this joint US-Israeli military operation achieved anything at all, in your view?
Sure. I think there's massive destruction of Iran's military-industrial complex, its navy, its air force, Revolutionary Guard components, and obviously decimation of the top leadership itself. I think the fault here is not that we didn't do a lot of damage, but that we stopped too soon.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. John Bolton, former US National Security Advisor. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Thanks for having me.
We can bring into the conversation now Sir Mark Lyall-Grant, who is a former UK National Security Advisor and former permanent representative of the United Kingdom to the United Nations. He joins us today from London. Sir Mark, always a pleasure having you on this programme. We've been speaking in this programme already about the US-Iran deal, the 14-point memorandum of understanding. I mean, from what you're hearing and from what you're seeing with regards to those talks that took place in Switzerland, I mean, are you seeing signs of progress, would you say, overall?
Well, it's clearly good that the two sides are talking and are taking the 60-day truce, the window for negotiations, very seriously. And both sides are being positive, saying that good foundations have been set. But there's a huge number of issues to be resolved in that 60-day period. So I'm not confident that it will all be finally ratified in that time, and there'll probably need to be an extension of the 60-day period. But what is clear is that neither Iran nor the United States want to resume hostilities. So this is a positive start, if you like.
We've heard from President Trump today saying that Iran has, quote, agreed to allow nuclear inspections long into the future. I mean, that sounds like a result, doesn't it?
Well, it is a result, although we've also heard from Tehran that that hasn't been agreed by the Iranian side. So I think that's still a little bit uncertain. But if it does allow the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Authority, inspectors back into Iran, that would obviously be a very good thing and be a widespread reassurance for the region. But of course, one can't ignore the fact that inspectors were there from the days of the JCPOA right up until June last year, when the US and Israel started the military campaign against Iran.
Since you mentioned the JCPOA, I mean, do you see the final outcome of this deal as being likely to be better than that Obama administration era piece of agreement?
Well, it's difficult to say at this stage, Tom, because it's very much a memorandum of understanding, a sort of framework for negotiations, and nothing has really been agreed on the nuclear file. The JCPOA, in which I was one of the negotiators for a period, was a very detailed 18-page document with real nuclear experts involved. From what I've seen so far, I think it rather unlikely that whatever comes out of the current negotiations will be less favourable to Iran, if you like, than the earlier deal. So I'm not sure that much has been achieved by the US-Israeli military campaign against Iran so far. But it's early days, and I don't think we should prejudge the outcome quite yet.
Where would we be if President Trump hadn't torn up the JCPOA deal during his first presidency?
Well, we'd certainly been in a lot better position than we are now. We'd be in a position where inspectors were regularly going into Iran to check whether they were complying. We would have both Russia and China as allies in ensuring that Iran complied with the deal. And by now, I would think there would probably be some ongoing negotiations about how to take that deal further, because it did have certain sunset clauses in it. And of course, there would not have been any interruption to the free passage of ships through the Straits of Hormuz. So we would be in a much better position than we are now. And of course, we wouldn't have had the many people who've been killed and the devastation of quite a large part of Iran in the meantime.
We were speaking just before we crossed to you to John Bolton, who I'm sure you're familiar with, and I expect you've worked with as well over the years. And he seemed to be suggesting that the US is in a hurry to clinch some sort of a deal, notably for domestic political reasons. Is that how it looks to you?
I think that's probably right. I mean, of course, John Bolton was the one of the people who persuaded President Trump to rip up the JCPOA in 2018. But even he, I think, recognizes now that this is being done in a great hurry because of the domestic political concerns that President Trump has, with the midterm elections coming up in November, and the economy obviously suffering with oil prices going up, etc. So I think there is some time pressure on the United States, in a way that I think President Trump perhaps earlier thought that all the pressure would be on Iran, both in terms of time and in the strength of the cards in the respective hands. But of course, it hasn't turned out like that.
Indeed, it hasn't. And in fact, I mean, we haven't heard any mention of regime change ambition on the part of the United States or Israel, for that matter, since, perhaps March or so. So it's been quite a change of narratives. I mean, do you see this leadership in Iran surviving, even perhaps, as some say, coming back stronger?
Well, there is still a great deal of opposition on the streets, as it were, in the general public to the regime in Tehran. There's no question of that. But nonetheless, when a country is attacked from outside, often people do rally round the flag. And I think what we've seen over the last couple of months is that the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard, have increased their authority within the regime at the expense of some of the others, like the president and perhaps even the mullahs. And that doesn't bode well for the future of democracy or the prospect of a return to democracy in Iran. So in that sense, I think the regime has been strengthened by what has happened. But equally, the people of Iran have suffered greatly as a result.
And, you know, I think quite a lot of America's allies are pretty dismayed. I think we've spoken before about the wisdom of the United Kingdom joining in this conflict in its earlier stages. I mean, do you maintain that the outgoing British Prime Minister was right to have resisted the invitation to get involved?
Well, I think it was a difficult decision for him, to be honest. I think the United Kingdom wasn't involved in the planning, wasn't in favour of military action at a time when there were ongoing negotiations back then in February in June last year, going on in Geneva. And so I don't think the British government felt that they knew what was the purpose of the military campaign. And in those circumstances, I think it was quite reasonable of the British Prime Minister to say, look, we're happy for you to use the bases for defensive purposes, but we're not happy for you to use them for offensive purposes. And I think that position was probably broadly supported by a majority of the British people. What sort of approach the new Prime Minister, whoever that may be, and when that will happen, could happen very quickly, of course, will take on this conflict and indeed on relations with the United States more generally, we've yet to see.
Indeed. I mean, do you see this chapter as having perhaps changed America's international credibility, its standing on the world stage?
I think so. I think that America's standing was suffering under President Trump's second term in any event, because of the sort of anti-multilateralist stance that he took and the fact that he was criticizing European culture, intervening in European politics, I think went down very badly with European leaders. And I think this unnecessary war, certainly unnecessary in the eyes of almost all European leaders, will have damaged America's reputation further. But having said that, almost all European countries trade and have a very close security defense relationship with the United States. And I think that underlying relationship will not be changed by the politics of today or tomorrow.
How do you think America's adversaries, notably Russia, China, North Korea, view all of this? Do you think it will have altered any of their own calculations in terms of what they might do in some of their own territorial wars in the future?
Well, I think Putin is a little bit conflicted, if you like. On the one hand, the fact that the attention has gone away from the Ukraine conflict to the Middle East, and certainly America has pivoted very strongly towards the Middle East and is now playing a much smaller role in Ukraine, is good for Putin. The fact that the oil price has been pushed so high is certainly good for Russia's economy. On the other hand, Iran was an ally of Russia in the Ukraine conflict and was providing drones and equipment to Russia. And that obviously has dried up once the military campaign started by the United States and Israel. So as I say, he's probably a bit conflicted by it. I think the Chinese would like this conflict never to have happened and would like to get it settled as soon as possible, because for them it is the economic relationship with the Gulf states that is the most important thing. And they do not want the oil price to be high, and they want to have free navigation of seas right around the world. So for them, I think they'll be relieved that there is an end, at least, to the fighting. I think there's actually a closer relationship between the Ukraine conflict and Russia's approach on Taiwan, because I think one thing that Xi Jinping will have noted from the Ukraine conflict is that a military attack on a neighbor, if you like, even a much smaller neighbor like Taiwan is a highly hazardous process. And he will have noted how successful Ukraine has been in disrupting Russian attempts to take over their country. And I think that does make him more cautious in his approach, certainly to a military invasion of the island of Taiwan.
On balance, would you say this chapter, the last 3 months, has made the world a more or less dangerous place?
Well, certainly not safer, and I would say more dangerous, because certainly the Gulf states are feeling that, their sense of security and stability, which was absolutely vital to their economic prosperity and future, has now been damaged, and that'll take some time. The economic global situation has undoubtedly got worse. And there is a link between economic security and national security. So if economic security is harmed and supply chains are disrupted, as has happened, then that damages everyone's national security. So certainly I would say the world is more dangerous than it was before this conflict.
You're quoted as having said recently that the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, stood a better chance than Steve Witkoff of striking a deal. Do correct me if you've been misquoted there. I mean, how do you rate the overall negotiating skills of the US delegation?
Well, I think J.D. Vance has the sort of stature that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff don't have. Both of those two come from a property background. They don't have any direct international experience. And don't appear to be supported by a great number of real experts either on Iran or on the nuclear file. So I think if J.D. Vance brings in some of those experts, which of course America has experts in this area, then he has a better chance of cutting a deal. And also the fact that he's the vice president itself is a status issue for the Iranian negotiators, and they are more likely to believe that he can sell that deal to President Trump than perhaps the other negotiators. So I think it's a good thing that he is involved in the negotiations, and it gives me a little bit more optimism about the outcome of the talks.
I mean, it can't have been easy for the US delegation throughout these last few weeks of diplomatic efforts, with President Trump putting out messages on social media as the talks are taking place. Just with regards to how the next British Prime Minister handles that important relationship with Washington, what advice would you give? I mean, we can probably assume, can't we, that it's going to be Andy Burnham, the next British Prime Minister. How would you advise him to proceed with regards to managing that extremely important relationship?
Well, the difficulty for Andy Burnham is that he is going to have to concentrate even more than most prime ministers say they will on the domestic issues, because it is more the domestic issues that people vote on, and he needs to show that he can run the country, having only run a large city in the UK, in Manchester. So I think he's going to need to devolve quite a lot of the authority overseas to someone else. And I think he ought to appoint, as Foreign Secretary in particular, a very high-profile person who can gain the confidence of international leaders. Someone like David Miliband, perhaps, to come back as Foreign Secretary. I think that would be a very positive step, in the same way that Rishi Sunak, before him, brought back David Cameron in that role. Because, of course, although Andy Burnham will have to go to the big summits overseas, I don't expect him to be travelling overseas as much as you would expect a Prime Minister to do who is in the second half of his tenure.
Yeah, I mean, Sir Keir Starmer, even though he seems to have suffered domestically in terms of his popularity, hadn't he crafted a position for himself, or moulded a position for himself as something of a statesman, hadn't he?
I agree, and I think he did well on the international scene, both in showing clear support for Ukraine, taking some tough decisions there, in developing a personal relationship with President Trump, which, although it came under strain in recent weeks, as you mentioned, nonetheless, I think established the basis of a relationship between a Labour government in the United Kingdom and a Republican administration in Washington that a lot of people thought wouldn't happen. Now, the policy differences that Britain has found with the United States will still be there when Andy Burnham becomes Prime Minister, and he is going to have to spend some time developing that sort of relationship with President Trump. But I wouldn't expect him to diverge significantly from the line that Keir Starmer has taken on international affairs. A big question for him early on will be on defence spending. because one of the reasons that Keir Starmer came under pressure in the last few weeks is because the Defence Secretary resigned, saying that not enough money was being devoted to defence. Now, for Andy Burnham, who comes from the left of the party, more than Starmer certainly, increasing defence at the possible expense of internal spending is going to be a very difficult decision. And some countries overseas, including certainly the United States, will judge his performance on how much additional defence spending Britain is prepared to put in over the next few years.
And just lastly, I mean, President Trump sounded pretty dismissive of Sir Keir Starmer, suggesting he hadn't done enough in certain key areas and saying he's no Winston Churchill. I mean, not a particularly glowing assessment of his premiership. I mean, if President Trump didn't manage to craft a particularly successful relationship with Sir Keir Starmer, I mean, how do you think he's going to manage with Andy Burnham, who's arguably even further removed from President Trump on the political spectrum?
Well, it's true, Tom, that Keir Starmer became the sort of butt of some criticism from President Trump in recent months. But one shouldn't forget that actually the relationship started off pretty well. A good trade deal was reached between the two countries. Britain was given some relief from tariffs imposed on other countries, including other European countries, that there was an inward state visit, an outward state visit by King Charles to the United States, which went extremely well. So actually the relationship between the two countries is in pretty good shape. And we should never forget that at the end of the day, it's a little bit like an iceberg, where 7/8 of the relationship is beneath the surface. And even if there is political froth at the top and there is a bad relationship between the president and the prime minister, that doesn't really affect the underlying parts of the iceberg. And I've seen that throughout my career in public life.
I just want to ask you one last quick question, because the Lebanese president, Joseph Aoun, appears to be speaking at the moment. I'm getting quite a lot of alerts with that regard. He says his country will accept nothing less than the end of Israeli occupation of the south of his country. He also says that there's going to be a decisive round of talks mediated once again, we believe, by the United States between his country and Israel. I mean, Lebanon was dragged into this conflict by Hezbollah. I mean, what do you think is going to happen with regards to Lebanon? How do you see events unfolding?
Well, this is one of the strategic cards that Iran has acquired through this conflict. I remember President Trump saying at the beginning of the conflict, Iran has no cards. And it turns out that they have two quite important ones. One was control of the Straits of Hormuz, of course, and the other was their ability to manipulate Hezbollah and therefore bring Lebanon into the whole regional issue. And in the memorandum of understanding that's now been agreed, what has been agreed is a cessation of hostilities right across the region, including in Lebanon. Now, of course, it's such vague language that means the Israelis should not be pursuing Hezbollah, and Hezbollah should not be attacking Israel or Israeli troops. But he doesn't say anything about the occupied area of southern Lebanon. So Israel is saying, well, we're going to stay there as long as we need to for our security. And Iran is not going to be able to tolerate that, I don't think. So at some point during this 60-day negotiations, the whole issue is going to need to be discussed. And if Iran feels that it hasn't got what it wants for Hezbollah, its ally, then I fear that they will disturb the wider negotiations on the nuclear issue and on the Straits of Hormuz. So these negotiations have become more difficult and more complex because of the Israel-Hezbollah conflict.
OK, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us and discussing that broad array of topics. Samat Lyle-Grant, former UK National Security Advisor, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, turning our attention now to British politics. On Monday, the Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer resigned as Labour leader, and Andy Burnham, known as the charismatic Mayor of Greater Manchester, has been sworn back in as an MP, paving his way for an expected bid for the Premiership. So what's the mood like in the UK now? The country is poised to see its 7th Prime Minister since the Brexit vote in 2016, a moment that continues to define British politics precisely 1 decade on from that vote. Well, since then, analysts say that every leader, following on from David Cameron, has struggled in one way or another to deal with the fallout from that decision. So what comes next for the UK, and can the next leader bring some stability? Well, we're joined by Jonathan Haslam, who's a former Director of Communications for the former British Prime Minister, Sir John Major. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Jonathan. I mean, it doesn't seem like that long ago. It wasn't quite 2 years ago that Keir Starmer won a general election by a landslide. And here we are, less than 2 years later, he's being forced out with plunging approval ratings. What went so wrong for him, do you think?
I think you can actually look at the time just before the election to say there were indications that actually Keir Starmer was safety first. He did not take bold decisions. And when you have a majority, as you've said, Tom, of 400 in a House of Commons of 653, then you really do need to wake up and smell the coffee. The problem was that they didn't really have a plan. They were so risk averse. They used to call it, before the election, the Ming vase situation. You're carrying a Ming vase, you don't drop it. They didn't drop it. They didn't make any outrageous claims about what they could do. But equally, they ruled things out and they boxed themselves into a corner. It was incredibly stupid to refuse to rule out increases in income tax or national insurance or the other taxes when you haven't seen what the state of the economy is like. And plenty of people actually were wanting to have some honesty. There are plenty of associations here, economists all saying that the numbers didn't add up. And there was a lack of honesty. So they started in a bad place. They didn't have a very effective plan or any plan at all, and they boxed themselves in. So that left them very little room for manoeuvre. They then compounded it by being naive in office, and they made a number of changes. They changed a thing called the winter fuel allowance, and they made no provision for the least well-off in society. So that was a politically poor decision. And I think the other thing that we have to say about Keir Starmer, who's obviously a pretty decent chap and very able and very bright, but he's not a politician. And he's got the other disadvantages. You can think of people like Mario Draghi, who isn't a politician, but he is a technician. He is somebody who understands the working of government and how government needs to operate and how you operate with your stakeholders. And Keir Starmer had none of that understanding or any empathy to go with the leadership issue. And Burnham, for example, Andy Burnham, you have mentioned, certainly does have empathy. He understands people and he's hardened in politics. And that's not to say he's going to be a great Prime Minister, assuming we go down that route. But he starts from a better place than Keir Starmer did, but the circumstances are equally difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I think just reading what people have been saying about Andy Burnham, who, of course, is known as the former mayor of Greater Manchester, I mean, Rishi Sunak said something quite similar to what you're saying about Keir Starmer. He said Burnham needs a plan. I mean, does it sound to you like he doesn't have one either?
Well, he's got a lot of plans, Tom. The trouble is we don't know which one he's holding to at any particular time. So we know he flip-flops on his positions. And he might be in danger of saying the thing that pleases the person who last was in the room with him. And so we do want to see if he is a bit more than a figurehead and a beacon of hope. Because we should remember that, yes, Manchester has become and is becoming a very great success story again. But it's been based on things that have been going on for longer than he has been mayor. They had very effective local authority leaders for more than 20 years, and they've set the foundations. Credit for Burnham because he did not mess them up. But we still need to see what his plan is. And that is a bit of a conundrum for his Labour Party now, his colleagues, because we assume that he is going to go in uncontested. And perhaps on the 17th of July, he will become our next Prime Minister. But we don't know exactly what he stands for. He has, again, ruled himself a number of things which box him in. For example, your viewers may be aware of the thing we call the triple lock, which is fine for people of my age when you get increases about average earnings or inflation or 2.5%, whichever is the larger, every year. But this is an enormously expensive policy. And I, for example, think that it is a wrong policy, although I'm a beneficiary of it. And we should stop passing on a cheque to our children and grandchildren. Now, does he have the bravery to say that welfare reform is important? And the thing I know from 6.5 years of working in Downing Street is the Prime Minister's in-tray is full of problems, not necessarily with the solutions. And that is a thing he's going to have to get to grips with, because it is a difficult time for our country. I think there is hope. I think that we have overdone the gloom. It's a difficult situation for many of our colleagues in Europe. It's difficult across the world with everything that we see in the Straits of Hormuz and the Middle East, which we watch closely, and we feel, great sympathy for all of the people affected by the warfare and this unstable situation that you have out there. So he's got an awful lot to grapple with, and being a mayor of Manchester is rather different to being the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Yes, I mean, there is one relationship that he'll have to manage very carefully, and that's the relationship with the occupant of the White House. And of course, the occupant of the White House does keep a close eye on British mayors. He seems to have Sadiq Khan in his sights quite a lot of the time as well. I mean, how do you see Andy Burnham managing that relationship? And where would you advise him to do things differently to how his predecessors gone about handling that relationship?
Well, again, he has to balance an issue within one part of his party, and there's some of the wings there which obviously are highly pro-Palestine, and they will look at the issues there, and they'll be concerned about those. Donald Trump wants people who say yes to him when he makes the call, and Burnham would be, I think, an interesting occasion if we could hear the telephone call when Donald Trump says, well, Andy, if it's a few months ago and we asked you to use Diego Garcia, what would you say? And we have no idea whether or not Andy has a very good idea about what he would say, because he does not have any great exposure to diplomacy and foreign affairs. And increasingly for British prime ministers, we are put there with the President Trumps, the Emmanuel Macrons and others who have a different position. So they are the presidents. You have to rub shoulders with them. And as we've seen from Keir Starmer, foreign affairs can soak up an awful lot of your time, and you have to learn quickly.
Absolutely.
But there is a domestic base that you need to get right. And his success, assuming he becomes the next prime minister, is going to be dealt with as much as, if not more, greatly so, with what he does to our country, its economics, and to make sure that we have economic growth. And he cannot afford to take his eye off that. And you mentioned a great relationship, and rightly so, with Donald Trump. There's another great relationship that he needs to build. And it's one that is subject to a great deal of speculation at the moment, Tom. Who will be his Chancellor of the Exchequer? And that will send out a very, very strong signal to a country that has nearly 100% of GDP in debt. We pay £100+ billion a year just servicing that debt. And we are dependent, as Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada now, once said when he was the Governor of the Bank of England, we're dependent on the kindness of strangers, the bond markets. And Andy Burnham is a bit loose-lipped in concern there, and he's going to have to learn that discipline. What you say as Manchester Mayor is one thing. What you say as a British Prime Minister has very big impacts and could affect all 63 or so million of us living here who have to get our way through the days and activities of a very cost-conscious country. It's been tough, and we need to work our way through it.
Jonathan, I wanted to ask you specifically about Europe, because today is the 10th anniversary of the Brexit referendum. And one thing that Sir Keir Starmer is credited as having done is mending fences with neighbours across the channel on the continent. One thing that Andy Burnham has said is that he wants to see the UK rejoining the European Union in his lifetime. Do you see that happening?
Depends how long he lives, really, Tom, because it's not going to last. It's not going to happen anytime soon. I was speaking only 4 or 5 days ago with a former commissioner to the European Union who spends a lot of time still in Europe. And he says that there's the mood music about a reset, a change of views, how we can get closer to Europe. But actually, from the European side, he's not seeing serious engagement. And there is another confounding factor at the moment. As we all know, business craves certainty and stability. And only today, the head of one of our great employer associations, the CBI, the Confederation of British Industry, has been pointing out that actually the membership there, the people who run the engines of growth within the United Kingdom, our manufacturing and our commercial companies, are less convinced now that it's a good idea to start cozying up to the European Union, trying to get into a customs union or back into the single market, because we have got some favourable trade deals. We can argue about how valuable they are against the perhaps 8% of hit on GDP, which is estimated to have happened. But they're not clamouring for a change because they have just spent 10 years getting used to a new dynamic. And then to go through the similar travails and the political instability that it would cause would be a serious headache for them. And we can be no means assured, of course, that Europe is going to be there with open arms welcoming us back. They don't want another Switzerland-type arrangement, which they find irksome, but they can't find a way out of, which is a piecemeal approach to closer association. And the European Union would be worried about that diversion of effort. And again, how serious is the United Kingdom about staying into the European Union if we let them back? And we would have thrown away all of the advantages that John Major negotiated for the United Kingdom, the freedom not to adopt the euro and to deal with our economy in a way which we think probably is the best way of dealing with it. And then some of the abrogations as well as the discounts that we got on the amount of membership fees that we pay. So it is by no means a slam dunk. Sure. We can go back. And this is from me, a Remainer, a fervent Remainer who believes that actually leaving the European Union was the biggest act of self-harm this country has conducted since the Suez crisis.
Which is something that Sir John Major, who you worked for, would no doubt agree with. And I mean, his era, the era of John Major, and of course after that Tony Blair, and before him Margaret Thatcher, those three leaders spanned 28 years of leadership. And here we're in a situation where the UK is looking at a 7th Prime Minister in the space of 10 years. And I'm wondering whether you would point to, on this day 10 years ago, as being the moment at which the UK became apparently such a difficult country to govern. Is that the moment at which you'd say it all sort of went sort of downhill for the country?
This country is not ungovernable. We just need competent people to govern it. And with the best will in the world, we have not had the most competent politicians. And I know you would expect someone of my vintage to say this, Tom. When I look at the people that I worked for, John Major, Michael Portillo, Michael Howard, Michael Heseltine, Ken Clarke. There are so many people of real talent, ability and intellect there, wedded to public service, with a civil service that took their instructions and was able to deal with them in a different environment. Our environment has changed dramatically. So social media has a part to play with it. And even now we've got artificial intelligence, which is challenging us and challenging institutions to really prove their worth. And I think that's something that bothers me as now a grandfather, wondering what the future will hold for my grandchildren. When I look at artificial intelligence and I look at employment, and I wonder who is giving sufficient thought to the world that they are going to inherit. And I'm not seeing that in the United Kingdom. We need some renewal. My old employer, the civil service, needs to constantly renew itself and work harder at it. But they need political direction that is stable. And actually what the country needs as well is to have the opportunity for parties to work together. They have become so splintered and partisan at the moment that is increasingly difficult. But it's perhaps pie in the sky. Perhaps it's my own naivety of wanting things to work together for the better of the country. But the polarization of politics, which we see in other countries, is very destructive, and we need to find a way of pulling together rather more than we do at the moment.
Sounds like you'd agree with the MP Roger Gale, who says we need a more grown-up government and they need to slow down. He blames rolling TV news channels and social media for forcing politicians to make speedy decisions, which he says perhaps aren't always the best ones. Just my last question to you, Jonathan. I mean, if there was an election tomorrow, I'm being told we're nearly out of time. If there was an election tomorrow, who would win?
Nobody. We would be forced into a coalition. You will not get, I am fairly convinced, a situation where any one party would immediately be able to form a majority. I think that's really tough at the moment. One of the big jobs that Andy Burnham has to do is to solidify, by taking proper positions and taking his party with him, a Labour Party, while we look at the Conservative Party, which has become, under Kemi Badenoch, she's made resurgence. She has done really well and needs to carry that on. One is deeply worried about the right wing with Nigel Farage, and also the left wing with a lot of Corbynistas who seem to have taken over the Green Party. And I think that their leader, Zach Polanski, will turn out to be an electoral liability. But at the moment, I think if you sent us to the polls tomorrow, you wouldn't get a clear result. And it would be fascinating to see what comes out of it. Perhaps we might have a situation like Belgium did when it had, I think, more than 20 months without a proper government, and actually seemed to do rather well without the politicians.
I think I've heard that before somewhere. Thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Jonathan Haslam, former Director of Communications for the British Prime Minister, Sir John Major. Thank you for your time, sir. Well, that's all we've got time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
Do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together?
And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
To be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die. Life is meant to be a celebration. Wise is the person who finds a reason to make every day a special one, said the professor and writer Leo Bushalia.
Why do we love to celebrate? To be perfectly dressed, surrounded by people, confetti, cake and fireworks. Does sharing a moment of happiness or sadness with others meet a human need to celebrate or to heal?
Since the beginning of time, humans have feared everything great around them. The sun, the moon, the water, and the air. Yet as they grew familiar with these wonders, they began to celebrate them in their own ways, seeking joy wherever it could be found. From these, they discovered reasons for happiness and turned each reason into an occasion. So came a day for flowers, a day for the new year, and another for spring, which Egyptians call Shaminissi. And for summer, the French invented a festival devoted to music. The 21st of June, when the day stretches longer than the night, and its warm sun, long awaited by the people of the Mediterranean, shines after months of rain and snow. But in France, the 21st of June is not just the first day of summer. On this French day, the streets become a theater without walls. Ticket windows disappear. The red velvet curtains rise, and music is set free, flowing into every corner, crossing the borders of France to more than 120 countries that now celebrate this day as their own. La fête de la musique.
Donc le 21 juin. So June 21st is the first day of summer, and so people want to go out. The weather is warm, especially in Europe, and they need to celebrate. To party, they need music, because without music you can't party. And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea that was simple but at the same time clever. And so when people go out, they need music, the music that makes you dance. Even if you don't want to dance, you dance anyway and celebrate this festival until the next morning. Time passes very quickly because there are musicians playing for free everywhere. Even the greatest musicians in the world who come out into the streets, sometimes even grand pianos, philharmonic orchestras, and everything. Everyone plays for the population. There is never sad music on June 21st because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
C'est une journée de joie. Il faut célébrer l'été.
This day was first announced in 1982 at the initiative of the then French Minister of Culture, Jacques Long. Known for his saying, "Music will be everywhere, and the concert will be anywhere."
We cannot live without music. To celebrate, we need joyful and danceable music. For a romantic situation, we need romantic music. And so music has existed since eternity. Since cavemen, we have been making music. We love to dance and celebrate. If there is no music in our life, we cannot live. Once someone asked me, if you go to a desert island, who or what do you take with you? I take a musical instrument with me.
Toi, je dis, je prends un instrument de musique.
So we celebrate for many reasons. We don't only celebrate because we enjoy. Sometimes we think that celebration is only a kind of happiness we're enjoying, or traditional, or even a ritual. But it's much more than that. We need it as it's something we need as human beings. So humans are social beings that have gathered around since a very long time. And from early on, we are part of a group. So it starts from the family, and then socially, and then it widens to a wider community.
Today it's music. But since the earliest years of known history, humankind has embraced many occasions to celebrate and to give symbolic expressions to the renewal of time and a lot more. In the ancient rich land of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and the Babylonians created the new year with the Aikido festival around 4,000 years ago. Celebrated in April, it symbolized the start of the agricultural season and the renewal of life. And it was Wepet-Renpet, the opening of the year in ancient Egypt around 5,000 years ago, marking the annual flooding of the Nile River. Not far away from the Nile Valley, Persians and Kurds were and still are celebrating the Nowruz, one of the oldest festivals that have continued uninterrupted to the present day. It begins with the spring equinox, symbolizing the renewal of nature. It is one of the oldest celebrations still observed today as well, and it follows the lunar calendar and falls between late January and mid-February. The new year did not begin on January 1st until the time of Julius Caesar. In Roman civilization, this represented a historical turning point, as the year had traditionally begun in March. Julius Caesar chose January 1st in honor of Janus, the god of gates and beginnings.
Throughout history, one joy has been shared by all, yet it blooms on different days and dances in so many ways.
In 1162, the Venetian festival was established to commemorate the Republic's victory and soon evolved into an annual tradition. Every year, on the 25th of April, a festival of iconic masks that dissolve social boundaries takes over Venice. It allows people to express themselves freely and transform the streets into a vibrant stage filled with history, culture, and celebration.
We don't only come together around joyful moments, but we mark painful ones. We gather after loss, we create rituals around difficult experiences, not because we enjoy those feelings, but we have a space to feel more accepted. It connects to something deeper, our need to belong. I'm part of this, so I can say that I share this with others. So celebration is not just about tradition or about a ritual, it's also a human way of creating a connection, of reinforcing our sense of belonging, and of turning what we go through into something meaningful together.
One day we celebrate women, teachers, mothers, fathers, labor, Earth Day, while other days we are meant to commemorate, not to celebrate. A day for refugees, for food and for peace? Do we highlight even what hurts? But do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together? It was once said that to be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die. Is it true that happiness is doubled when shared, and sadness is halved when shared as well?
Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Well, our Arabiya English is coming to you from Singapore all this week as we attend the International Institute for Strategic Studies Shangri-La Dialogue, one of the world's most influential and keenly watched defence summits. Of course, any defence summit is always going to have a keen interest on China's interaction with the region, particularly off the back of the recent visit from US President Donald Trump. So I'm very pleased to welcome to Counterpoints Zhao Bao, the retired senior colonel from the Chinese Liberation Army and current senior fellow at the Center for International Security and Strategy at the Tsinghua University. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
You listened to US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth make his comments here at the Shangri-La Dialogue. First of all, give me an overview of your sense of his comments to the dialogue.
It's very interesting for me to hear what he said because I've been attending Shangri-La Dialogue for 13 consecutive years except for the COVID period. So I know exactly how his predecessors talked about the China-US relationship. And I also remember clearly what he said about this relationship last year. It's interesting for me to say that compare with his last year's remarks, his tone seems to be much more moderated this year. And
last year, his comments, he was saying that China poses a real threat and that threat could be imminent. So do you think he's toned down his rhetoric a little bit?
Yes, of course, because he was talking more than what you said last year. He talked about how a conflict is imminent and it could be inevitable, although he said he wasn't that sure about that. But his comment actually was, contradictory to what his predecessor said. Here at Shangri-La Dialogue, the remarks made by Lord Austin. Lord Austin's argument was that it was not imminent, not inevitable. Okay, let's forget all these comments. And I believe his tone is much more moderated just because his boss, he referred Donald Trump as his boss, just visited China, in which he and his Chinese counterpart have made a lot of, agreements and consensus on a number of important things. So I think what is most important for us is this concept of constructive strategic stability. This is most important because stability can only be found between two powers of equal strength. So in this regard, this is the first time that the United States has officially recognized China as a peer power. Before that, all the descriptions starting from Donald Trump's first term about China are all negative in a way because China is either a strategic competitor or even posing threat, so on and so forth. But this time, you can see, even from Trump's body language in Beijing, that he does have a great, appreciation for what he has seen.
So do you read it then from President Trump's meeting in Beijing, from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth's comments, that now the US has been forced to see China as an equal, not as a lesser rival?
I think so. I like this word you mean. United States is forced to change its policy. Why? Because in the last 9 years since the first Trump administration, we have seen a number of upheavals in a bilateral relationship, which reached a historical high when Donald Trump tried to, levy 145% tariff on China. This is insane, right? So that is why I'm happy to see actually the establishment of two new, institutions. That is a board for investment and a board for trade. Because with these two new institutions, I believe such crazy things like 145% tariff would have to be regulated by these organizations.
Secretary of Defense Hegseth did say, though, a few pointed warnings, I suppose, saying that we can never have a Pacific region dominated by any hegemony. That did seem to be a pointed warning. Do you think China will take it as such?
Well, I think he was hinting China, right? Although Trump's visit to China is successful, but this is intrinsically a competitive relationship. And being here to talk to so many countries, including Americans, allies, and partners, I think it is needful for the United States to play up with this kind of, hostile atmosphere, to justify all what he was about to say. But even that was mentioned, it was not to a great extent. Yeah, what you read from this conversation is that actually we would not be free ridden by any other countries, and you guys have to share the burden whatsoever. Actually, in so saying, the United States doesn't look like a big brother of the alliance. Yeah, if you are the big brother of alliance, basically you got to take up the lion's share of responsibilities. If you ask the junior brothers, to share the burden, then what is the point of such an alliance? So I don't know how these countries would respond, but I believe they will have to think. But in this way...
So if you think that the US can no longer say that they're the big brother of the alliance, are you suggesting then that the US has lost its leadership role in the alliance?
I think in a way the United States is really tired of such a leadership role, especially in Europe, yeah? So that is why Trump is withdrawing troops from Germany, because I think he was almost heartbroken to see none of these allies would turn up, for example, in the Strait of Hormuz, yeah, to join Americans' military operations. So what is the use of such allies, right? So he has natural reasons to doubt about it.
Do you think that is a result of his strategic decision, or has the US relinquished or lost some of its strength on the world stage, and so this is the president's natural response to that?
I think the answer lies in your second question, because right now America's whole strength would not be strong enough to police the whole world. So it has to stay focused. It has to withdraw. And then it has to focus on the Western Hemisphere, which is America's home. And then it has to withdraw to the Indo-Pacific region, which is the most dynamic region in the world. So it has to stay focused. And therefore, it needs, a burden sharing among allies. And to some extent, it would not care so much about Europe anymore.
There has been discussion about what was talked of regarding Iran between President Trump and leader Xi in those Beijing meetings. Do you think that China has sway over Iran? Could China force Iran to accept a deal if it wanted to?
Well, you see, the question is how the deal would look like, right? I think what China can do is the best possible role for China is actually for Iran to give the uranium to Chinese custody, yeah, because there are already reports about this, but the Chinese government did not say yes or no. But why? Because China should have no problem of being an honest broker, and China certainly have taken knowledge to even downgrade the uranium, even it is needed. Yeah. So in the past, Iran has provided uranium to Russia, but this time Russia itself is in a war. And you see, Iran's foreign minister actually came to China a week before Trump's visit, right? So there should be a lot of behind the door details telling something like that. So I believe this is probably what China can do at the best. Because otherwise, if for China, as Trump wish to give pressure on Iran, Iran can easily say, well, it's the United States that has launched a war, right? So what do you expect us to do? But I think the first thing that can be done about the war is a kind of joint announcement by United States and Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz at the same time, because that would meet everybody's interest. But as to how we could just get there, I believe the United States and Iran would have to, have a lot of discussions on it. But it seems that Iran is having an upper hand, because even the United States has agreed to defreeze the asset. That shows, Iran has some very powerful cards.
If I can just turn back to the beginning of your comments there with regards to the uranium, do you think the US would accept a plan that would see Iran handing its uranium to China?
No, they won't. And I wish they would, but they would probably be very reluctant, because so far they insist to see Iran's uranium. I understand why, because anyway, this is the very purpose, for them to launch this war, or even the excuse. So if they launch this war and the uranium they have been trying to find end up in Chinese hand, that sounds like a slap on the face, right? But think of this. There's no way that China would, misuse this kind of uranium, and probably this is the best way, to save face for both sides. Because how can Iran give uranium to the United States? This is just like a total surrender. So it's just impossible. No matter what Trump said, it's just impossible. And we could have a discussion with the IAEA, to solve this problem. That is good for everyone.
If we turn to China's relationship with Gulf countries, how would you assess China's strategic relationship with that part of the world?
Well, I think it is always good, because in the Middle East, China is the only country which can actually befriend every other country without any country in the region having any doubt that China could become an ally to its own enemies. So China's role in the Middle East is really positive. The only question is, there are too many requests coming to China, asking China to play a bigger role. And these kind of requests are contradictory themselves. It's just like the war in Ukraine. For us, this is a war between two friends, and both of them want you to help. And how can you help? That is a difficult and most challenging thing. So I believe, I appreciate you asked this question, because now time has come for China to think how we can actually play a bigger role than before, that can actually show China is willing to show the greater international responsibility. Because everybody sees the United States, like it or not, it doesn't behave as everybody wishes. So then they look up to China.
And how do you see China playing more of an international role, perhaps particularly in the Middle East?
Well, I think Chinese role could be three. One is a facilitator, the second is a mediator, the third one is a security guarantor. But sometimes you may have to combine all this role all together. As I said, this is almost unprecedented. Although China did mediate between Saudi Arabia and Iran, which is a resounding success for China. I think this success can encourage China to do more similar things in the future. But I doubt about the so-called theory of filling the vacuum, because these vacuums could be traps, right? Do not try to fill in the vacuum, because in a region, this is just like a forest that is burned. So there are two ways of restoring the forest. One is let it grow back, which takes time. Another is you plant an artificial forest, which could be quickly done, but then you change the environment forever, right? So I think the best way probably is the first one, with some humanitarian assistance from outsiders. You just can't let it grow. We don't know how long it will take. But then, in other words, China should play the role of a good Samaritan. So that is the only role that is appropriate. Do not do any interventions on the so-called in the name of humanitarian intervention, because we have too many examples of all these humanitarian interventions. Most of them are proven to be failures. Yeah, because every region has its own conditions. So, for example, when it comes to Afghan issue, people say it has to be Afghan-led, Afghan-owned. So, because this is an Afghan issue, yeah. So, see what the United States has done to Afghanistan, and I believe few people now in the United States would say they have done the right thing, right?
And just finally, before we wrap up, you've brought us back to the United States, so I should ask, how do you interpret, how do you think the Chinese leadership is interpreting President Trump's comments, or perhaps lack of comments with regards to US support for Taiwan?
Oh, I think that is a turning point already, because apparently he was reluctant to respond to Chinese remarks on Taiwan issue in Beijing. I believe in Beijing, the remarks from Chinese would be very powerful. So he tried to avoid making direct response, but he said something on Air Force One on his way back home, right? And there are two things that are important. One is he would be the one to make a decision, but but it will take him some time. So that means this decision is not made, right? The second thing is the Taiwan would be 9,500 miles away from United States. So fighting a war doesn't seem to be so worthwhile. So even this is not clear cut, opposition to future American intervention, but this is almost like opening a window, which has caused a lot of anxiety among Taiwanese authority. So my general assessment is, with China becoming ever stronger, and almost as a equal, power. So the United States would find it more and more difficult to sell arms to Taiwanese authority in the future. They may continue, but they would find it very hard, because China simply has more tools in the toolkit, be it sanctions against American companies, or be it, a change of decision to buy, such as a Boeing aircraft, or more exercises around the island. So eventually the United States would have to think about this question. Yes, these arms sales are really lucrative, but is it really worthwhile if they invite a bigger danger, which might cost American lives?
We'll have to leave it there, because I see one of the sessions is just wrapped up. We're going to be influxed with people. Jobo, thank you so much, retired Army Colonel and Senior Fellow. Thanks for your analysis here at the Shangri-La Dialogue, and thanks for joining Al Arabiya English.
Thank you, Melinda. Looking forward to talk to you one day on another occasion.
I look forward to it as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
The US Secretary of State, Pete Hegseth, made a very keenly watched address to the Shangri-La Dialogue on Saturday, the first US defense policy speech since President Trump made his visit to Beijing. He spoke at length about collaboration between the US and Indo-Pacific partners, but one thing missing from his address was any real clarity regarding the US position with Taiwan. So joining me is Andrew Yang, former Taiwanese Minister for National Defense and also the current chairman of the Chinese Council of Advanced Policy and Studies, a Taipei-based think tank. Sir, thanks for being on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you. Yeah.
I know that you listened to Secretary Hegseth as he addressed the Shangri-La Dialogue. He struck a more conciliatory tone regarding China than he did in his statements last year. What did you make overall of his address?
Well, his address deliberately avoiding to talk about China and Taiwan. I think he leave those issues to his boss, President Trump.
Was that surprising for you?
Not surprising, but predictable. But the core issue, the message he delivered today, is try to emphasize collective security cooperation among United States and allied countries in the region. However, based upon the defense report, he emphasized the allies has to take proactive actions to strengthen their defense, spending more, and don't expect to rely upon United States. So that's a very strong message, especially ringing the ears of the regional with defense treaty allies as well. Yeah.
How do you think that message is interpreted in Taiwan? Is that a concerning message?
Not necessary. I mean, in a way, demanding consolidation or spend more defense is a similar message delivered by the United States repeatedly. In a way, the objective is try to preserve and protect the peace and security in this region. So the objective has not changed. And also for Taiwan, it is reassuring as well.
There is still the question mark hanging over the most recent arms sale to Taiwan. Do you think the US is going to pull out?
I don't think it's going to pull out. You see the question from the floor asking United States whether the statements made by the naval acting minister talk about could be delayed or reduced as a result of enhancing their position in the U.S.-Iran war. But that has been denied by Haggerses in his response. However, on the other hand, what would be the real decision made by President Trump regarding the recent allocated $14 billion US arms sales submitted to the United States? He hasn't decided yet. And also, we heard that he discussed the arms sales issues with Xi Jinping in Beijing, because that is a major concern from Xi Jinping as well.
China says it considers this latest arms sale, if it was to go through as a provocation by Taiwan, is it provocative?
No, I mean, the war is in U.S. court. It depends on United States whether they approve the arms sales. We also demanded this is the way to strengthen our self-defense. But the decision has to be made by United States instead of Taiwan.
There was also a question from the floor during Secretary Hegseth's address suggesting that some Indo-Pacific countries may feel concerned about the level of US commitment to this region. How do you assess the United States' commitment to the Asian-Pacific region?
Well, regional concern is that because the U.S. is putting a lot of pressures, demanding allies to increase the defense budget. However, a lot of countries has been suffering from the Iran war, and their economy is really not good. And the pressure to increase defense budget probably has a second thought for the region countries. Yeah.
I mean, I think in 2024, 84% of the Asian market got its crude oil from the Middle East through the Strait of Hormuz. So is it really impacting their ability to now defend themselves? If
you want to reinforce your defense, it requires a lot of investments. However, when economy suffers, where is the money from? And that's the concern.
Indeed. Andrew Yang, your analysis is really valued. Thank you so much. We've heard the Chinese perspective. It's great to be able to speak to someone with such a long history in Taiwanese politics. Thank you for your time on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you.
Thank you.
опять остались голые косы и опять никуда опять.
We faced many dangers while covering the events in Kursk. We followed the developments of the battles on the fronts, and we were with the civilians, documenting their suffering in their homes, which they refused to leave, and in the shelters they had fled to. We were right in the midst of the battles. Ever since the Ukrainian incursion in August 2024, Al-Arabiya was exposed, just as it was while covering the Ukrainian incursion, to the dangers of Ukrainian weapons, while covering the path of Kursk's liberation. Kursk is the Russian region that Ukrainian forces entered in an attempt to shift the balance of power in a war that has been going on for more than 3 years, where the Ukrainian army occupied it and advanced deep into Russian territory. As we were the first to cover the events that shook Kursk, we followed everything from the very beginning. To get the most accurate details, we went to the commander of the Special Chechen Akhmat Forces, General Abdi Alaudinov. Given the importance of this figure on the battlefield in the Russian army, the road to him was surrounded by complete secrecy, both regarding the location and timing of the meeting.
A NATO military staff committee prepared an operation to occupy the nuclear power plant and the city of Kurchatov, where this station is located, by encircling Kursk and Belgorod. This meant that this entire area to fall under the control of armed Ukrainian groups, according to NATO's plan.
The Ukrainian forces' incursion into Russian territory led to massive waves of displacement, large numbers. Temporary shelters received tens of thousands of citizens who had left their homes. The greatest difficulties were in evacuating people with special needs, the chronically ill, and the elderly who need constant medical care.
I can't hear anything. I can't hear. She is 95 years old.
Waves of displaced people continue to arrive at shelters, fleeing the danger of the ongoing battles, while medical teams check the newcomers.
I was in a coma. My blood sugar rose above 600. Yes, I went into a coma because my medicine ran out.
The affected people did not hide their anger toward the authorities in Kyiv and spoke about Ukrainian drones that tormented them day and night and turned their lives into hell because of their sheer numbers in the area where they lived.
The situation is bad. The drones are hovering above us. Here we are. They are bombing us heavily. The drones are flying. I didn't know where to go. I lost my mind. As soon as I hear gunfire, I can't sleep. Where can I escape to? Where should I go?
Ukrainian drones were targeting everything that moved on Kursk's territory for fear of the Russian response.
A large number of villages and towns have been liberated and cleared. Work on this axis is still ongoing in all circumstances.
Aid continued to flow successively from various Russian regions to those affected in Kursk.
Выходила на берег Катюша.
No housing, no shelter, no help at all. We survived thanks to my husband who works. We rented a place and managed to stay however we could.
The Ukrainian incursion left behind many displaced people who suffered from losing their shelter and sources of income. On the other hand, the Ukrainian advance prompted a rapid response from Russian forces to stop it and regain control of the situation.
When we reached Kursk province on the Sudzha axis, there was no unit to confront the enemy. No unit had faced the enemy. Because it had succeeded in breaching the defense lines along the border and managed to occupy a wide area in Kursk province, it even came within 15-20 kilometers of the city of Kursk.
Курской области, он от Курска находился там в каких-то там 15, даже 20 километрах.
Kiev was counting on forcing the Russian command to move its forces from Donbas toward Kursk, which would allow the Ukrainian army to regain the territories it had lost on the fronts. But the Russian winds blew against what the Ukrainian ships desired. Ukraine. Russia continued its advance, and mobilization was carried out from all parts of the Russian Federation to confront the situation in Kursk. This enabled the fighting forces on the Donetsk front to seize larger areas, because the Ukrainian Army Command had thrown its elite forces into Kursk in an attempt to move the battlefield into the Russian interior.
We launched large winged drones in addition to small drones to specifically cover the front sectors. Our 2 drone units, they specifically highlighted the size and movement of enemy convoys. At that point, we organized our lines on the Martinovka axis, and thus we, as Akhmat forces, stood directly in the face of the cannon. We were the ones who stopped the enemy's first convoys.
Russian reinforcements arrived successively in Kursk territory, and the confrontation began between the Russian army and Ukrainian forces in order to stop the latest expansion inside the province. Russian fighter jets filled the skies of the region around the clock, dropping glide bombs that inflicted heavy losses on the Ukrainian army in lives and equipment.
The enemy threw everything. He had to limit our strength. He was throwing large numbers of his elements daily in an attempt to breach our lines. But as we see, over 7 months, the enemy was unable to create any breach in our forces, the forces of Akhmat.
And indeed, the general revealed to us some of the secret correspondence between NATO officers that Russian intelligence agencies managed to intercept, which highlight the role of the Chechen Akhmat forces in standing against attempts of Ukrainian advance in Kursk and foiling the approved plans.
Thanks to the Akhmat forces, a great deal was done in general. I don't want to go into details.
The Russian army began to limit the advance of Ukrainian forces and succeeded in encircling the areas controlled by the Ukrainian army at the last point in the depth and on both flanks of the contact line.
At the beginning, the number of populated areas they occupied exceeded 80 settlements. They couldn't hold this area, so they advanced to new territory.
In October 2024, operations to repel the forces began, and the Russian army started liberating towns and villages one after another. While maintaining the positions it had taken after, it managed to form a defensive line that besieges the Ukrainian forces from 3 sides, leaving them only the western withdrawal route to Sumy province, from which they had entered. We head to the town of Kazakia, Loknia, with the Chechen Akhmat forces that participated in its liberation. This town witnessed fierce battles between the Russian and Ukrainian armies after the Russian army intensified its efforts to liberate several towns and cities in Kursk province. After expelling the Ukrainian forces from the town of Kazakya Loknya, which we entered days after the Russians took control, the military warned us of the danger of the mines the Ukrainians left behind, probably to hinder the advance of Russian forces and facilitate their withdrawal.
Why is attention drawn to the need for caution before taking any step here? This is because the Ukrainian army violates all internationally recognized laws and conventions by using prohibited weapons against infantry units known as butterflies. Mines of this size are difficult to notice among the grass. They are very small, but capable of amputating a foot. There are many weapons that the North Atlantic Alliance used to support Ukrainian forces, and these weapons were found on the ground of this province where Ukrainian fighters left them behind and withdrew to other areas.
We positioned in Soldatskoye, then headed to Cherkasskoye Porekhnoi, where fierce clashes are taking place. We succeeded in repelling this attack over 2 full months. Then we advanced toward Martinovka, where we fortified along the main road.
In the towns recaptured by the Russian army, the Ukrainians left behind large numbers of their dead following the bloody confrontations, at a time when some civilians refused to leave their homes and flee with the Ukrainian forces toward Kyiv. Many destroyed houses and military equipment left behind by the Ukrainian army. Of course, it must be noted that this town was inhabited by thousands of citizens who were displaced during the Ukrainian incursion or the Ukrainian advance at the beginning of the crisis in August of last year. And when the Russian army returned to retake this town, about 180 citizens were living in it and were evacuated, and only about 6 people remained in this town no more. It is clear how brutal this war is, but I prefer to hear from you what happened to you.
I became like this. My house burned down, so I took refuge with my brother.
Why didn't you leave despite the explosions we hear?
I didn't leave because I decided to stay on my land, in my village.
Among your relatives, did you lose anyone?
My brother disappeared when he went to work on the 6th of August and never returned after that. But thank God, our soldiers told me they found him alive and in good health.
After the withdrawal of Ukrainian forces from most towns in Kursk and their entrenchment in the border city of Sudzha and its suburbs, the Russian advance froze and the battles of attack and counterattack continued until the beginning of March 2025.
Indeed, the enemy entrenched across all areas of Kursk province. What can I say? They brought their elite forces and reinforcements from NATO. The United States brought all of this.
Every time the enemy tried to seize more territory, he failed. And in the end, we tightened the noose around him in a specific area. We were forced to stay there for a longer period in a back and forth within the framework of a line between 2 and 3 kilometers. We would advance, then retreat, which resulted in them suffering heavy losses. In just 1 month, their losses reached up to 10,000 personnel.
A qualitative and surprising turning point after a unique operation that caught the Ukrainian fighters. through the infiltration of Russian forces via the giant gas pipelines that had been disabled by the battles, allowing them to reach the rear lines of the Ukrainian forces and completely encircling them.
The fighters started to draft a plan and worked on using the pipe in the operation. Regarding the distance which separates the start point and end point is 15.7 kilometers. The operation forced our soldiers to wrap themselves with certain ribbons, similar to what the Ukrainian soldiers do. Then the soldiers came out from the back lines, which caused enemy soldiers to panic. They even rushed running anywhere they can, wearing their underwear or shorts or even flip-flops. The surprise aspect had an important effect.
The unique gas pipeline operation lasted 6 days. Those who carried it out were able to cross in 2 days, but waited 4 more days until the other units arrived before launching the attack, in order to tighten control and the siege from the front and rear of the city.
The plan set by Ala Aldinov, which is called the Pipes, when Ahmad's soldiers slipped through the back lines, caused enemy soldiers to run away from the battlefield.
We're on the lookout and confronted the enemy's attempts to advance on our lands. Our efforts were not limited to repelling the enemy only, but went beyond that by repelling his forces so that he would retreat to the positions from which he had infiltrated.
The Russian army expanded the encirclement of the city of Sudzha through the infiltration operation via the pipelines at the same time that the ground forces were carrying out their assault on the city. The Ukrainian forces lost their most important positions and some surrounding towns and withdrew to the border villages with Sumy province, leaving behind vehicles and equipment and thousands of casualties between killed and captured.
At first they came from the war committees and from police departments with draft notices from military service. If someone failed to report, he would face a financial fine. Then they threatened with imprisonment. I'm not sure I could have continued. They selected some capable people, about 20 individuals. As for me, I am just an ordinary soldier. In fact, most of those who accompanied me in this training course had not originally undergone military service. No. I was injured while I was in Britain. That's why I spent most of the training time sitting and did not participate in it.
The battles of Kursk resulted in thousands of dead, wounded, and prisoners on both sides, yet the defeated side always suffers the greater losses in equipment and leaves Russia alone transferred from Kursk 6,000 Ukrainian bodies without compensation, as a positive step from the Russian side.
Each side will claim that its losses are few and that the enemy suffered greater losses as a participant in the event from the inside. But as an eyewitness, I can confirm to you, regardless of how it may appear, that the losses of Akhmat forces were indeed limited.
We entered the city of Sudzha with the Imam of the Chechen Akhmat forces, who is working on evacuating the citizens who refused to flee to Kyiv before the Russian army recaptured the city. Let us document the situation up close from the hottest points of confrontation.
Young men gather people from the villages, and sometimes do so under drone and artillery shelling. This puts their lives at risk. We are extremely grateful to them. We are very thankful to them.
Inside the city, those who could escape the shells and drones fled from Sudzha to safe areas in Russia at the beginning of the crisis, while those who could not leave remained under Ukrainian forces' control.
They were roaming among us here since early October and boasting that they would hold a referendum for the residents of the Sudzha area and the entire Kursk province on their desire to join Ukraine.
Electronic jamming has become one of the most important defense methods against drones, and positioning systems securing protection for stationed units and vehicles carrying jamming devices. Of course, a drone in the upper area. The devices detect the drones that make us run from these drones that may put us at risk in this coverage. Snipers load their ammunition in preparation to fire at the drones that are hovering over Sucha. A shell falling now near us, and the Russian soldiers trying to hunt the drones. This is shrapnel scattered from the shell, constantly in this border area. On the Kursk front, we are talking about the city of Sudzha, the last city of Sudzha, on the border with Ukraine's Sumy province. From the first line of confrontation, from point 0. The Ukrainian forces' insistence on holding the areas they occupied led to more suffering for the residents amid mutual shelling. The Ukrainians withdrew to the villages adjacent to Sumy, destroying the bridges behind them, so that the Russian army could not catch up with them. This is the bridge that separates the eastern part of Sudzha from the western part, where Ukrainian military convoys used to move. And clashes began in the heart of Sudzha with the encirclement of the fighters, which tipped the balance in favor of the Russian army, which took full control of Sudzha. The destruction of the bridges pushed those working on civilian evacuation to intensify their efforts and take risks by crossing the river to transport those stranded on the other bank, on foot under shelling and drone attacks. The random Ukrainian shelling affected everyone here in Sudzha and its suburbs, leaving victims destruction and displaced people, including the disabled Svetlana, whose last moments in Sudzha were captured by Al Arabiya's camera before her evacuation from the heart of danger.
I am disabled. I don't know what to say. My daughter takes care of me. We had everything. Our tables were full. We had tea. I never went hungry. The windows were shattered in the room adjacent to the hallway. Our apartment has 3 rooms. A shell penetrated the roof of the house. My daughter was hit by 6 fragments.
Volunteers of the Popular Front transported the elderly disabled Svetlana to the nearest evacuation point, to transport her to safe areas, far from the shelling. Shells falling near the evacuation point forced everyone to take cover from the horror of the shelling, leaving Svetlana to face her fate on the ground. At the same time, an injured man came running asking for help. Doctor. Here is the doctor, accompanying us.
I saw them. They were stealing and looting, then burning everything. They were all bandits who came from Sumy, relatives with their cars, and stole everything, even underwear, with crosses on their faces. They were the savages. Do you understand? What wonderful people there, like butter on bread. They were ready to flatter in the most vile and despicable ways just for a piece of bread under the second occupation. And all of them are wonderful when they beat people to death or prevent the burial of the dead. For some they are kind. For me, these people cannot be kind.
The disabled Svetlana was transferred to the city of Kursk for medical care, and she was lucky. Unlike many who died in Sudzha or lost their loved ones due to the shelling, that did not stop even after the Ukrainian forces withdrew from the city and its suburbs. Shells and rockets falling from nearby Ukrainian forces near the city of Sudzha until this moment, and civilians are terrified, and fear and panic hang over the entire area. Move away, move away. Get inside, drone. How do you distinguish your enemy's drones? Russian drones fly with red tape stickers, while enemy drones have no stickers. Also, our drones fly at low altitude, while enemy drones fly higher. This is not one of ours. Drones have become the masters of the situation in modern battles, and the rules of the game have changed, where their use has spread in this war, pushing both armies to form teams for drone control and others for defensive interception to reduce their risks, where neutralizing them has become an urgent priority. Extreme fear and caution as drones fly at low altitude. The Ukrainian forces are a few kilometers away from our position in villages. I hit it. It fell. It fell. Move away. The luggage is burning. What is burning there? The things are burning. We need water. Don't touch anything. Be careful. Did the luggage burn? Yes. Yes. Move the ammunition away. Explain to me what you have in your hand. This is an OS-4 from enemy drones, a suicide one. It flies using optical fibers, which allows it to stay outside the jamming range, and it can hit the target from a greater distance. One can say that with these devices, they are killing us. How does the drone drop bombs? One way, unmanned aircraft. As you see here, the shell is fixed, and here are the optical fibers. And while it flies, it releases these fibers. The camera spots the target, dives on it, then explodes. With a mixture of explosives or any incendiary material, which causes shrapnel of varying sizes depending on the type of explosive material. The larger the materials, the more terrifying their effect. There it is. Wait, wait, wait.
Тихо, 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 тихо.
The sniper tries to shoot down the drones before they hit their targets, but some of them explode even after being shot down. They seek to find us, detect our positions, and then destroy them. So it is better to blow them up. That is why our eyes are always fixed on the sky. Everyone is afraid, and we are also afraid, but we have no choice. To return home alive and with the hope that everything ends peacefully.
Military operation management has changed now, a different military template from what is known. Drones And specifically, combat formations based on electronics have come to occupy the most important position because it has become impossible to conduct any combat operations without a highly advanced drone unit. And this is an important point. If you have a very advanced drone unit, this automatically means your opponent has the same capabilities too. So you must have an advanced radio-electronic unit to be able to counter enemy drones. These two components complement each other, and they are in continuous competition.
In this place, the residents who remained in the city of Sudzha gather for their evacuation, where volunteer teams and the Russian Ministry of Emergency Situations arrive to evacuate civilians since the Russians took control of the city, and they are transported daily. As individual cases or groups sometimes, the number of displaced people who reached the city of Kursk exceeded 500 displaced people, including the sick and elderly and people with special needs, in addition to those injured by rocket shrapnel and shells of the bloody battles. Volunteer teams linked to the Russian army, as well as the Ministry of Emergency Situations and social institutions, are working on evacuating the civilians who remained in the city of Sudzha and its suburbs.
Let the lady get inside, brother. Let the grandmother stay in her place. This is your place, Grandma. Yes, sit in your places. As for you, get in.
How many people did you evacuate today?
Today, 6 people. And the work is still ongoing. We will send 3 people now. And here, the car has arrived. As you see, there was an attempt to target us with a drone. At this time, the situation is dangerous. Since the shelling is ongoing, we are working to evacuate civilians as quickly as possible. And you too, be as careful as possible. You saw how a drone was shot down.
As we entered the area, we came across an old woman who told us her house was destroyed by a Ukrainian missile.
Right here in this spot, the fire was blazing. Artyom was trying to extinguish it.
It is clear the house was completely destroyed, yet the lady is still here taking care of the sheep and chickens, refusing to go to Kyiv with the Ukrainians or even to evacuate to Kursk after the Russian army entered. The imam managed to convince the lady whose house was destroyed to leave dangerous Sudzha and head to safe areas toward Kursk. He promised to take care of her animals until the crisis ends and reconstruction begins, so she can return to her home. She agreed and left with him, reassured, even falling asleep safely on the way. And so, the evacuation of citizens from dangerous areas continued in Kursk to safe areas. Vehicles arrived successively from the city of Sudzha, transporting stranded displaced civilians in the city to safe areas in Kursk province.
For 8 whole months we struggled to get any heating. We would cut trees to get firewood and put it in the stove to cook whatever food we could to stay alive. The Ukrainians treated us badly. Even the water we got from the river, they put barbed wire on it to prevent us from reaching it. And finally, we started to feel some joy when the shelling decreased. The shelling was continuous, including with drones. They were bombing civilians.
The main and decisive confrontations were in the first 2 days. After that, the enemy fled from the confrontation, so all that remained for us was to pursue his trail clear the area, and advance. There were 3 towns that remained in the enemy's grip. What they did was they directed bombers towards Suja and nearby towns to continuously bomb our forces in an attempt to target our forces and limit our advance.
How far are the Ukrainian forces from Soida city? I think we managed to repel them outside the border village. Black smoke is rising. Are they hitting this area? The border is not far, in principle, and long-range shells can hit the adjacent areas near the outskirts of Sumai. So we are close to Sumi's border. The turn towards Sumai is close from here. Didn't you see it on your way here? It is possible to head to Sumai from here. Most likely they are shelling us from there.
The cells that we have not yet eliminated, whether Akhmat forces or others, are still retreating towards Sumai province and to liberate Kursk. Only a few villages and towns remain, which means that clearing the area is only a matter of time and nothing more.
The Ukrainian forces' entrenchment inside Kursk province near Sumai pushed the Russian president to visit the province, directing his fighting forces to defeat the enemies and complete control over the entire territory of the region.
Our first mission in the current situation is to completely destroy the enemy as quickly as possible after he entrenched himself in the lands of Kursk.
The border between Ukraine and Russia, and here we are talking about Sumai province and Kursk province. Shells are falling continuously from the nearest points on the border confrontation line between Russia and Ukraine in Kursk province, where continuous fighting and non-stop shelling between the Russian and Ukrainian armies. The Russian army is advancing to liberate the entire Kursk province, while the Ukrainian army is trying to withdraw completely from Kursk province. It is also trying to infiltrate the other side south of Kursk toward Belgorod province. The battles continued, and Russian fighters along with North Korean forces increased pressure on the positions where the Ukrainian army was entrenched on the outskirts of Sumai province, until the Ukrainian forces were gradually expelled from the towns where they had entrenched themselves.
The units that were at the forefront, some of them from paratrooper units, were directed to liberate the 3 towns we mentioned. I can say here that they performed excellently and succeeded in uprooting the enemy completely from the area. This was done in coordination with an infantry unit and a paratrooper unit.
On April 26, 2025, the head of the Russian General Staff announced full control over all territories of Kursk province.
To the Comrade Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, today the last town in Kursk province was liberated from Ukrainian military units, and thus the complete destruction operation of the units of the Ukrainian Armed Forces that invaded Kursk was completed.
After the army liberated the entire territory of Kursk, it continued to infiltrate inside Ukrainian territory, controlling several towns in Sumai province to create a buffer zone, with battles continuing until now to push the danger away from Russian territory, especially since the Ukrainian forces infiltrated Belgorod province and are trying to return to Kursk territory.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.